Thank you so much for your kind attention. May I ask you to stand with me as we officially open the session with a word of prayer? O God, as we gather here today, we acknowledge your presence and seek your care and protection. Thank you for your loving kindness that never fails. We pray that you guide our thoughts and actions to bring about your purpose. May every life present bear success as a result of our deliberations today, and so it is. Please remain standing for the national anthem. Thank you so much. You may be seated. So once again, good morning and welcome. Today marks a historical moment in Trinidad and Tobago as the OPR and CAF partner to engage stakeholders in rich discussion and thought-provoking deliberations dedicated to ensuring that they are updated on major trends regarding public procurement reform and modernization. Our program today will consist of 2 panel discussions, a presentation-based session, and a roundtable discussion guided by expert moderators. After each session, participants will get the opportunity to engage with our panelists, and I will provide further details on how this will work out as we proceed. But before I do, please acknowledge OPR's Chairman and Procurement Regulator, Ms. Beverly Khan, and Mr. Bernardo Requena, CAF's country representative for Trinidad and Tobago. Also recognizing members of the Procurement Board of Trinidad and Tobago, CAF executive members and other representatives, directors, chairmen, CEOs, other executives and representatives from public bodies, private sector, and civil society, Ms. Carolina Lopez Argon, fiduciary specialist of procurement of the IDB, Mr. Munilal Lalchan, former chairman and procurement regulator, who is joining us online, past members of the Procurement Board of Trinidad and Tobago, esteemed panelists, whom I will individually introduce later on in our program, management and staff of the Office of Procurement Regulation, other distinguished guests, and participants who are with us in person and online via Zoom and Facebook Live. We are honored that you're able to join us today. Without further delay, please help me to invite our first speaker, Ms. Beverly Khan, OPR's Chairman and Procurement Regulator, to officially welcome you. Please help me join her. Join me.
Thank you, Tamara. Mr. Bernardo Requena, country representative for the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean here in Trinidad and Tobago, all CAF executive members and other representatives of the bank, members of the Procurement Board of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Corey Belfon, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Digital Transformation, directors, chairmen, CEOs, and other executives and representatives of public bodies and private sector and civil society organizations, representatives of the Inter-American Development Bank, Mr. Lal Chan, former regulator and chairman of the board, former members of the Procurement Board of Trinidad and Tobago, esteemed panelists, management and staff of the OPR, other stakeholders joining us via Zoom and Facebook Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my absolute pleasure to warmly welcome you all to this panel and roundtable discussion, which is a collaborative endeavor of the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean and the Office of Procurement Regulation. I also want to acknowledge at the outset the support of the Ministry of Finance in facilitating access to CAF funding for this event and for a major capacity building initiative of the OPR to be executed within the next 6 months. This is the second roundtable discussion hosted by the OPR, with the first having taken place almost 2 years ago. The intent then, as it is today, is to engage in a very meaningful, pragmatic, and intellectually stimulating exchange with stakeholders and partners to spur progression of the new regime for public procurement in Trinidad and Tobago. 2 years ago, the focus of the discourse was on the powers of the OPR under the then partially proclaimed Act. Today, the magnifying lens is on best practices for public procurement reform, and with very good reason. Nearly 6 decades after navigating the pathway to public procurement reform, on April 26, 2023, the momentous full introduction of the new regime was achieved, not just by those who persevered and contributed to the cause along the way, but I dare say, by and for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The stakes are high for all of us to work collaboratively and with a common purpose to make this long-pursued ambition a successful reality that serves as a cornerstone of national development. The need for constructive collaboration is now more required than before full proclamation, and it must be conditioned with an understanding that the system is new for all of us, as we come to terms with the reality that the law now requires us to be diligent and to pursue the objects of the Act in every procurement and disposal process. The 16 months since full proclamation of the Act have been a period of transformative change in public procurement, retention, and disposal of public property in this country. And this will be the reality for the next year, and quite possibly for several years after that. Not surprisingly, and in this regard, Trinidad and Tobago is in no way unique, the disruption of the status quo has brought the convulsions associated with learning the old and embracing the new, which the OPR selected as its theme for its inaugural report to the Parliament covering the period April 2023 to April 2024. In preparing this report, yes, and that is the cover of the report, so it does exist, the OPR has had to grapple with several complexities in the acquisition, consolidation, and validation of the data required to undertake the analysis for reporting in accordance with the requirements of the Act. In its engagement with public bodies, the OPR uncovered the prevalence of a sizable capacity deficit in terms of both competent human resources and systems. And we also found a general level of unpreparedness to operate in accordance with the new legislative framework. As a result, performance in terms of both compliance and reporting requirements was less than satisfactory. Reporting on contracts awarded was particularly disconcerting, with too many public bodies either not reporting or partially reporting on contracts awarded. This situation led us to conclude that public bodies have not grasped the gravity of non-compliance with the legislative framework that now governs public procurement and disposal of public property in this country. Indeed, many practitioners continue to struggle to navigate the new system amidst limited human resources, inadequate professional capacity, outdated policies and procedures, a lack of systems to support the new regime, and of course, there's the continuing need for legislative and procedural enhancements. The OPR has encountered its own challenges in meeting an avalanche of demands from public bodies for clarification, for guidance, for technical support, for exemptions, for amendments, for exceptions. We have received an avalanche of requests, while we also had to deal with resolving issues with supplier and contractor registration and pre-qualification of the procurement depository. On a positive note, the redress mechanisms provided for under the Act have taken root. In the past 16 months, 24 challenge proceedings have been initiated, 11 in this month alone. 59 complaints have been received by the OPR, 27 of which are under review by the legal department, 15 have been referred to the audit and investigation department, and 17 have been closed. Through our confidential whistleblowing platform, we have received over 60 reports, 5 of which are now being pursued, and 8 we are waiting on further information from the whistleblower. In anticipation of the future, it is apparent to us at the OPR that there is still much more work to be done by government agencies charged with human resource management and systematic change in the public service, as well as by public bodies, suppliers and contractors, and the OPR itself. Most importantly, there is a critical need for a culture shift that is grounded in and champions every day the objects of the Act. In these circumstances, learning from the best practice experiences of other jurisdictions in procurement reform will help us to shape our understanding of and devise workable approaches to resolving the impediments that will surely come our way. The OPR is optimistic that public procurement reform will redound to the benefit of Trinidad and Tobago, as it has for so many countries across the world. Our optimism is conditioned with an understanding that such a monumental shift will require time, collective will, the participation of all stakeholders, and the regulatory oversight provided for in the Act through the OPR. In closing, I wish to underscore that engagements such as the one we are embarking on today are integral to our very deliberate strategy to build strong, purposeful partnership and networks with our stakeholders here in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as with our counterparts regionally and internationally. All of us have an important role to play in upholding the good governance principles that is in the DNA of the Act the regulations, and the handbooks and guidelines. And all of us have a responsibility to remain watchful of those instances when these principles are violated, intentionally or not. The onus is on all of us to act and respond with genuine intention, not only to protect our own interests, but also that of the wider public interest. Public procurement must work for the benefit of every sector: government, the private and business sector, and civil society. To the CAF representative in Trinidad and Tobago, sir, I express gratitude on behalf of the board of the OPR for partnering with us on this initiative today. We are also deeply grateful to our other partners, the Inter-American Development Bank and the Organization of American States, and to many stakeholder bodies in this country for their continued vigilance. I also welcome our regional partners. We have Jamaica and Angola here today, who have realized success in their own procurement reform efforts, even as we recognize that public procurement reform in Latin America and the Caribbean has been part of the wider transformation of the public sector movement that started in the 1990s. While there has been a lot of progress in recent years, the majority of initiatives have been dispersed and carried out in isolation. In that regard, in the Caribbean, we have the opportunity to work together as a region through an exchange of knowledge and lessons learned. Addressing complex challenges from a regional perspective can help leverage scarce resources and enable countries at various stages in their reform agenda to support each other through collaboration. Finally, I end with the assurance that the OPR remains committed and vigilant in our efforts to pursue at all times the objects of the Act and to resolutely uphold the law. We have a duty to enforce the requirements of the law and to exercise our powers in the conduct of that duty. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Khan, for setting a comprehensive context from which these discussions can now ensue. So to also welcome you from CAF, or on behalf of CAF, I invite Mr. Bernardo Requena, CAF's representative for the Trinidad and Tobago office.
Thank you, and good morning. Ms. Beverly Khan, chairperson of OPR. Let's say all protocols been respected. It's an honor for me to deliver these opening remarks on a day of significant importance in the ongoing development of public procurement in Trinidad and Tobago. Since 2023, CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, in partnership with the OPR, has been closely collaborating on the implementation of a technical assistance program aimed at supporting the OPR in strengthening and building capacity related to the objectives of the Government Procurement Act in Trinidad and Tobago. This project seeks on one hand to promote sustainable training for government officials and agents involved in procurement processes with public organizations, enable them to effectively carry out procurement and disposal functions in accordance with the updated legislative framework. To this end, we are developing a new training and certification program that will ensure public procurement personnel are fully equipped to navigate the evolving regulatory landscape. On the other hand, this technical assistance program aims to create spaces for dialogue and the exchange of best practice that we are going to see here, raising awareness about the importance of transparent and efficient procurement process in Trinidad and Tobago. This is why we have gathered here today. Public procurement is a cornerstone of effective governance, and its impact on the economy, public trust, and overall national development is immense. It is therefore essential to foster exchange among stakeholders involved in this process. There is a speech, a document made by Agustin Cartes. He was the deputy managing director at the IMF. And he talked about economic development in resource-rich countries. That was many years ago, but it's still valid. After a program on not only on transparency of the procurement process, but in general, in a country as Botswana in Africa, they got huge results. We are not talking here only about, do nice processes. This can change the life of a country. Botswana, after a huge program, for 20 years, they grew at 9% a year. And that changed the country. And that's possible to do. And this is part of changing this, of changing the country. You have 4 words that I love here in the banner: accountability, integrity, transparency, and value for money. Those 4 words are very, very important for development. Without those concepts, it's impossible. This program will be impossible to continue. So throughout today's event, we will address topics such as the importance of digitalization in public procurement in our changing world, integrating digitalization and innovation into public procurement processes is more important than ever. These elements are not just trends. They are necessities for creating procurement systems that are more agile and transparent. The panelists will discuss risk mitigation, enhanced monitoring and evaluation, and capacity building for procurement agencies, among other topics. We believe in the importance of exploring international experiences in the region. This is not the work of OPR or CAF or IDB. This is a work it's so big that we have to work all together, as Ms. Khan said before. So we believe in the importance, as I said, of exploring international experiences in the region, as alignment procurement practices with international standards allows countries to better integrate into global markets, thereby enhancing the effectiveness and development bank-funded projects. Finally, we will explore the importance of, you will explore the importance of partnerships between the public and private sectors in developing a robust public procurement system. This initiative exemplifies the power of collaboration between national institutions and international partners. Collaboration is key to strengthening the institutional capacity of government agencies. Together, we are laying the foundation for a more effective and innovative public procurement system. CAF is deeply committed to supporting the development of robust public institutions across Latin America and the Caribbean. By providing technical assistance, expertise, and resources, CAF is committed to helping Trinidad and Tobago strengthen its procurement framework and achieve excellence in public sector governance. We as a bank, we give loans. We give technical assistance, money, support, but between us, because we are among friends, this is the fun part. And this is very important because, we are not talking about a lot of money, but a lot of impact in the development of a country. And that's the fun part. It's a lot of work. My colleague here, Stephanie, she's been working very closely with OPR, and it's almost as much as work as a loan, but it's not that much money. And the impact, as I said, is very big. And we need to measure the impact of what we are doing here. So I'm confident that the knowledge and discussions that will take place in these sessions will deepen our understanding or our best practices, challenges, and solutions related to public procurement reform. In closing, I would like to thank the Ministry of Finance, the Office of Procurement Regulation, and all our partners for dedication to this important event. Let us move forward with a shared commitment to excellence in public procurement, ensuring that we continue to build a future of transparency, efficiency, and innovation for the benefit of all citizens of this beautiful country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aquino. We are grateful for the support, and we do look forward to the results. All right, now as we move into our panel discussions, there are a few rules of engagement for participants. For our online participants, please note that your mics will remain muted for the duration of the event. You may place your questions in the Zoom chat, where our technical team will retrieve them for the relevant panelist to address. For in-person participants, you will notice that there are mics on either side of the room. If you have a question, you can raise your hand and we will have someone come to you with the mic, or if you're close enough to the mic, you may approach and ask your question. Now, in the interest of time, we will only be taking 3 questions each from the in-person audience and from the online audience for sessions 1 to 3. At session 4, the round table, where all the panelists will converge, we will accommodate more questions, including those that we did not take from sessions 1 through 3. Please note that all questions must be related to the topic being discussed and are relevant to each panelist's contribution only. So, as we move into our session 1, entitled Understanding Public Procurement Reform, Emerging Issues and Post-Reform Challenges, please allow me to officially introduce and welcome our panelists. We have Ms. Helena Fonseca, Head of Procurement Program of the OAS and Technical Secretary of the INGP mechanism, who is joining us online. Mr. Andre Bennett, Chief Public Procurement Policy Officer, Ministry of Finance and Planning, Jamaica. Ms. Ludian Labret Richardson, Chief Procurement Officer, Anguilla. Mr. Jonathan Suhan, Acting Treasury Solicitor, Ministry of Finance, Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Camilo Cetina, Senior Executive of the Digital Transformation Directorate of CAF, who is also joining us online. And Mr. Mariano Brown, Chief Executive Officer, UWI Arthur Lockjack Global School of Business, Trinidad and Tobago. And they will be joined by moderator, Ms. Marisa De La Rosa, Head Procurement Capacity Development of the OPR. Please let's welcome them as I hand over to Marisa to start the discussion.
Thank you very much, Tamara, and a warm welcome to all our attendees today, both in person and online, as well as to the panelists. We do have Ms. Helena online.
Yes, Marisa, I can hear you. Could you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you, Helena. Good
Perfect.
morning. Helena is traveling at this point in time, and she has graciously agreed to be part of the panel notwithstanding. So she would have to leave before the end of session 1. So to accommodate Helena, we can start off. Firstly, Helena. Yes, we can see you, Helena. Yes. So the INGP has provided significant support to its members. Now, from your interaction during those supports, what will you say? How can the various high-level stakeholders in the procurement process be properly integrated? And we're talking, for instance, government, competition authorities, to enhance the overall effectiveness of the procurement process.
Good morning, Marisa, and thank you for the question. Good morning to all of the participants of this event, especially greetings from the OAS to the government authorities, the representative of CAF and other organizations and national sectors. Unfortunately, as Marisa mentioned, I couldn't participate in person, but I hope you enjoy and learn applicable knowledge during the next 2 days. To begin, I would like to invite the audience to think about this. What do you picture when you hear public procurement? Some of you might think of legal complex regulations or administrative procedures. Perhaps nothing specific comes to mind, or maybe you associate it with complaints about poor public services, right? But instead, I invite you to think about a school meal provided to children, a highway you use to reach a holiday destination with your family. Think about the quality care you expect from a public hospital or a well-maintained educational facility for your kids. Now consider the pandemic. Imagine not having access to medicines or a COVID vaccine supplied by the public health system. Was not a good scenario, right? So what we need to understand here is that public procurement isn't just an administrative process with a legal focus. Public procurement has evolved as a strategic tool with the purpose to generate greater value and better access to citizens' rights, aiming to follow up the SDGs, the development goals and the global agendas for 2030 and 2050. And this means that there is an opportunity to redesign what we want to picture to achieve this vital goal. According to this perspective, we must realize that transparency and efficiency aren't enough to meet real needs, and that these principles are now seen as tools rather than goals. Instead of these, new principles are emerging that emphasize adding value by incorporating, for example, sustainable criteria across social, environmental, and economic dimensions, and promoting best value for money in finding a balance among cost, quality, and impact. This approach also encouraged innovation to find better solutions beyond merely purchasing products or services, and fosters integrity to address risk related not only to corruption, but also to identifying and undertaking existing inefficiencies. It is clear that this new perspective presents an opportunity to advocate for legal reforms, because governments cannot continue to govern with outdated and inflexible regulations. These frameworks should strike a balance between control and flexibility in decision-making, and not allowing for adaptation to emerging contexts and needs. However, simple having laws in place doesn't produce miracles. We know that. Naturally, this must be supported by the necessary resources and mechanisms for effective compliance, ensuring that commitments are translated into concrete and responsible actions, and to integrate different stakeholders to promote collaboration across government, private sector, civil society, and academia. And one of the strategies that it's important is to promote professionalization of public procurers, meaning to enhance not only knowledge, but also skills and capacities to achieve a better performance connected to the real purpose of public procurement. It is also important to promote the proper involvement of oversight bodies to prevent risk, and in this regard, generating coordination, awareness, and training actions, so that with informed understanding, more effective support can be provided by these oversight bodies. Encouraging also citizens' active participation to strengthen social control and foster a culture of reporting irregularities. And finally, promote private sector capacity to turn its role to providers that not only offer goods or services, but also effective solutions that meet the real needs of society. And this can be achieved through the design of joint initiatives, dialogue space, where procurers and different actors for the private sector or representative for the private sector can discuss about needs, new needs for the people. and also to inform about the new public policies and contribute to increasing the involvement of these companies. And it's also important to guide the public servants through effective guidelines to implement, for example, new visions, strategies, public policies, and to contract management processes to ensure effectiveness and due diligence also for suppliers. Another key aspect is technology as an instrument to inform and promote better participation using, for example, open data, data analytics, strengthening the e-procurement system to facilitate risk measurements and prevention adopting new technologies. And finally, these efforts must also be accompanied by strong monitoring and measurement mechanisms to assess progress and ensure that compliance is achieving the goal to prevent risk and make the necessary adjustments to achieve institutional or national goals and ensure the implementation of public procurement reforms.
Yes, thank you, Helena. And you spoke to the integrating of the necessary resources, collaboration, as well as capacity development. How would you say that territories can build resilience into their respective procurement systems through these various collaborations and integrations, as you indicated?
I believe that building resilience into procurement systems to handle a lot of kind of disruption effectively requires a comprehensive approach that incorporates flexibility, strategic planning, and collaboration. But today it's not enough to plan and execute. It is necessary to anticipate by developing emerging strategies that allow countries to predict, to prevent, to detect, to protect, to manage, and to recover. And as I mentioned before, create national ecosystems in partnership among public procurement stakeholders. It's vital to share this common goal. And when the time comes, it's necessary to ensure that we have the right capabilities and resilience to face our challenges, taking into account short, medium, and long-term vision, actions, and measurable indicators. Saying this, it's necessary to develop legal frameworks that allow for quick adjustments in public processes during emergencies, and create, for example, protocols that during crisis to ensure swift and efficient responses. Invest also in capacity building is a must. Regularly train procurement officials on risk management, crisis response, and the use of technology in procurement. As I mentioned before, promote collaboration between government agencies, the academia, civil society, and private sector to share knowledge and resources in building resilient procurement systems. And to be prepared for disruptions is also vital to establish relationships with multiple suppliers, including local, regional, and international sources, because these could reduce dependency on a single supplier and mitigate risk associated with supply chain disruptions. And as I mentioned before, also, governments needs to strengthen the e-procurement system, because in emergency situation, the use of e-procurement portals enable real-time tracking, automated processes, and data-driven decision-making. And it's important to ensure that procurement processes are transparent and there is clear oversight, even during emergencies. This also allows to build trust and ensures that procurement decisions are made in the public interest. Along with the public, the procurement systems and the implementation of data analytics tools will allow a positive involvement for example, of civil society to forecast potential disruptions and monitor supply chain to prevent corruption and ensure that resources are used effectively. So to just finish my intervention, I want to mention that by incorporating these strategies, territories in the region can, or in the countries, can build procurement systems with a robust, flexible, and capable of handling disruption while continuing to meet public needs efficiently and in a sustainable way.
Thank you very much, Helena, for that insightful contribution. I know you have to leave it a little bit, so we just want to say thanks again and safe travels. Thank you, Helena.
Thank you very much.
So we go on to Jamaica's perspective. So Andre, I know that Jamaica has seen movement in its procurement reform since the promulgation, as you say, of the legislation in 2015 and the amendment in 2018. Has Jamaica experienced any challenges in its procurement reform? And if so, what strategies were adopted to address those?
Okay, yeah, thanks, Marissa, and good morning, everyone. And thank you for the invitation here. It's my second time in Trinidad and Tobago, and I remember the last time I didn't want to leave, so maybe I won't want to leave this time. I'm kidding. And thanks to regulator CAN. I also see a couple of other familiar faces in the room. I was a bit nervous when I didn't see Afra, because once there's public procurement, Afra Raymond is going to be there. You talk about strategies, Marissa. One of the important things that we've been thinking of or using to gain some kind of success in Jamaica is actually trying to understand what we're talking about. It's actually understanding the words that are used in public procurement. In fact, Peter Trepp says in one of his books, one of his earlier monographs, that we absolutely need to understand what we're talking about when we're talking about public procurement, because there's so many different ideas, because public procurement is multidisciplinary. It admits of legal thinking, economics, business management, etc. So we have to really, really be careful of what we mean when we talk about strategies or any other word for that matter. So the strategy is a long-term view. It answers the question, well, what is the goal, right? So for example, you might know or maybe not, in World War II, there was this military strategy by the British Army called Operation Mincemeat. You can find a movie on Netflix. And don't take my word for it. And what they did was that they really wanted to invade a particular country during the war. And so the strategy was to invade particular countries, but then they used certain tactics. And mincemeat was about planting fake information on a lifeless body, having that body float up in some random port. The enemy soldiers found the body, got the fake information, thought they were going to attack somewhere else, and then that allowed the British Army to attack the city that they intended to attack. All right, so follow me on my little thought experiment. The strategy really reveals sort of the long-term goal. Now, here's the thing, and I love how Helena started the conversation. The goals in public procurement are very difficult to identify, very difficult to define. If we survey most of our procurement legislations, we have things like, we have very common things: value for money, transparency, equity or equal treatment, competition, etc. And there's some thought now as to whether or not those are truly goals or they're tools to get you to the goals. So where we are now is we're trying to really define what the goals are. What are we trying to achieve in public procurement? I mean, maybe on one hand, we know we need to deliver some things, like Helena said, school lunches, highways. And on the other hand, we need to sustain and make sure that there's a credible and sustainable legal process that gets us there. But what are we truly trying to achieve? So if we're going to strategize, we have to sit down to understand and to define those goals, especially because some of the things we now have as goals or objectives often conflict. And when they conflict, we don't have a clue how to resolve them. What do you do when the bidder who proposes the utility maximizing bid forgot to sign a document that you said was mandatory in your requirements? or forgot to submit some other requirement. Can you trade off for accepting that bidder in the circumstances where there's probably some kind of legal issue that might affect it? We have to understand the goals. We have to be very clear about them. We have no clue in Jamaica what we're doing, but we're trying to think it through. We can't strategize without goals. The second thing we're doing as a part of the strategy now is there's no point in having these goals without having people to actually implement them. So we have to professionalize, as Helena said. And so we are doing a lot of work now in trying to develop a professional workforce. I was saying to a couple of victims last week as I spoke to them in training that, well, there's nobody who, when you ask a question in high school, what do you want to be when you grow up? No child raises their hand and says, I want to be a procurement officer. Nobody knows what that is, right? Children know lawyer, doctor, Indian chief, right? Nobody knows what a procurement officer is. So one of the strategies then is to ensure that we can deliver people to achieve the goals, right? And then the third thing we've been doing is making a lot of investments in data. There are, in Jamaica, thousands of transactional points, data points, that yield to us information that we can use, process, develop in order to understand the system and to make changes as required. You talk about problems and strategies, that's where we are now, and we can talk more over lunch.
Yeah. Yes, well, thank you very much, Andre, for that. And Anguilla, similarly, you have made great strides in your procurement reform as well. We would have seen your Procurement Act being proclaimed in 2012, amended in 2016. Similar to Jamaica, have you experienced challenges in your procurement reform initiatives or the process? And what were some strategies, as Andre is saying, long-term, or maybe some short-term solutions as well?
Okay. Thanks and good morning. Like everywhere else, of course, we also had our challenges and we continue to have challenges even now. But everything is a matter of progression. So we accept that everything won't happen overnight.
Yes.
And so we just keep pushing forward. You mentioned our 2012 and our 2016 legislation. We also had actually the 2021 legislation, so I'm going to speak about that in a moment. But our main challenges, actually, and I'm going to be very specific in terms of what they were, we had, of course, high resistance to the changes because persons, when you're faced with change, you tend to react in a way as in you're worried about how it will challenge, in terms of your procurement legislation, for example, persons were, I think, worried in terms of how it would affect them personally, their authority, those persons who are heads of departments or entities. Also, they were concerned about what new things they had to learn, what new processes they had to go through in the bureaucracy and the having to put more effort into the development of their specifications and the evaluation criteria, etc. So that was one of the main challenges. And then we had the matter of there not being consequences really built into our legislation. So persons weren't as hindered. They weren't feeling like if we don't comply, we will have this as a consequence and therefore we must comply. We had our Treasury Department still continuing to process payment requests even in the absence of the evidence that there had been procurement proper. Another major challenge was our statutory bodies, etc., continue to operate as well. Our legislation in 2012 and 2016, persons can hear me, right? I sometimes don't project.
Yeah.
Okay, so
yes.
our statutory bodies in the legislation was simply said that they had to be generally guided. So that wasn't enough for either the statutory bodies or even the procurement office to push to say, this is what you must comply with. And those are the main problems. What we did is we pushed training. As soon as we started in 2012, well, we didn't start in 2012. The legislation was implemented in 2012. Our procurement office came into being at the end of 2013, beginning of 2014. And at that time, there was literally only a one-man show. Other than the procurement board, the office itself only had one man. So what we did is we did a lot of training. Once we were exposed to training ourselves, and I must say thanks, because the first time we had exposure to a formalized training was when we came to Trinidad. You were embarking on some reform in terms of legislation.
Yes.
So that exposed us to our first formal training with UNDP,
Yes.
SIP certification level 1. So since then, of course, CDB has helped a lot with other training, other levels. So what we do at home, though, is we train a lot. We do a lot of in-house training. We do it in a multi-tiered way. We don't only focus on the heads and PSs, the persons who make the procurement decisions. We focus on also so we have procurement committees, evaluation committees, but we also focus on the administration level, because those are basically gatekeepers. Those are the persons who can pinpoint before the purchase order even gets into the system that you haven't gone through in the process. So we try and make sure they are empowered to know what their roles are and what they have to work within. We also revised the legislation in 2021, so we also have that legislation in place, which allowed for, it clearly states that the statutory bodies must comply with procurement legislation, and actually it went a little further than we thought we'd be taking it, in terms of they actually have to channel their procurement exercises through the procurement office to ensure full compliance with the legislation. And it actually extended even further than that, and we included the government-owned entities as well. So that helped in that regards. We had the issue of not receiving reports, so that we ourselves could not generate the reports that was necessary. What we do to counteract that is we carry out audits. Every now and then we'll go to a department and go through their records. That tells us what they've been doing that's non-compliant, and it also gives us information on which we can use to put our reports together. We are looking at e-procurement now. Actually, we started looking at it before, but the decision was taken. We thought it would be more useful to have our procurement system be a part of the treasury system, so that it's not a matter of integrating one system into the other. So we're looking at getting a module built with the treasury system. That will help in terms of from beginning to end processes, and both treasury and procurement will have all the data that we need in one spot. The treasury processes, remember I said that treasury was still processing payments. What we did is we reached out to treasury department and the project department, and we sat down and we said, listen, we have to work together to ensure that our processes are aligned, that we're supporting each other, and that's what we did. So we are making sure that no one body acts outside of what is allowed by the other bodies. And that has helped a lot in terms of ensuring that we are catching the non-compliant exercises more. Oh, what did I not say? There was something I wanted to share with you. What we do is make sure that to ensure compliance, if you are supposed to go through procurement and you haven't gone through procurement, we simply do not assist you in any way if you get in any kind of trouble, whether it's a matter of your contracts not being fulfilled properly, or you get legal challenges, we simply do not assist you in any way. On the other hand, though, because we realized that it was a matter of there had been no trust established previously, we realized that trust is an important factor. We build trust not only with the bidders, but also with the internal persons by making sure that should any processes that was channeled to us be challenged, they didn't have to worry, because we made sure to put all the evidence and stuff together and put it forward to the chambers so that they would have at least nobody outside of the procurement office should be held accountable for any of the activities.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ludiane. So from what I'm hearing from Jamaica and Anguilla, it seems as if there are some similar challenges as it pertains to the procurement reform process within your jurisdictions. And Jonathan, my next question will be to you. So Ludiane spoke to, for instance, resistance to change. Both Ludiane and Andre spoke to capacity development as well as digital innovation. So based on the challenges we're hearing that Jamaica and Anguilla encountered, how would you say procurement and disposal reform has progressed in our jurisdiction in Trinidad and Tobago?
Right.
So good morning, Marissa. A pleasant good morning to everyone in the room. A pleasant good morning to our listening audience online. Procurement is essentially ensuring confidence in the acquisition of goods and services and works in a way that is open to scrutiny, that people can feel that there has been equity and fairness. And to me, I would like to differ from my counterpart in Jamaica. That to me is really the objective of public procurement, right? Transparency, sustainable procurement, all these other objectives that you find in the Act are tools to help us reach that goal. There is really only one goal, and it is to ensure that there's fairness of outcome, there's certainty in the process, and there's the ability to learn. Reform, to my mind, talks about a situation where what you have in existence now is not working for one reason or the other. It could be lack of confidence in the system. It could be on the basis that there is inefficiencies, bureaucracy that causes the delay, which kind of touches on what Helena said earlier. When she thinks about procurement, think about children who need food. Think about highways, that ought to be developed so that people can go to work, right? In Trinidad and Tobago, we have had a lot of reform. In 2015, we've had the passage of the Act. In 2016, we've had an amendment. 2017, there was another amendment. There was also the tabling of the salaries for the OPR. We had in 2018 the appointment of the first regulator, right? In 2019, we had further amendments. 2020, 2022, we had the 10 regulations. 2023, we had further amendments for the $1 million threshold.
Yes.
I think one of the important things in 2023 was also the amendment that ensured that the regulator, right, was a main contributor to the passage of regulations. So the 2023 amendment meant that regulations required the agreement of the office or the recommendation of the office, right? In 2024, we had the simplified procurement regulations, and we've had the review board regulations in 2024. So we've seen a lot of legislative amendments, a lot of regulations being made, and for me, reform is an ongoing discussion as to how we can reach the objective where public procurement is viewed as one where private sector can interact with government and there is confidence in the acquisition of goods and services. To my mind, technology plays an extremely important part in that. I think technology ought to be leveraged, and it's what we are seeing all around the world with respect to e-procurement portals, with the procurement depository in Trinidad and Tobago. It allows persons to view ongoing proceedings, to understand when there's the request for goods and services, etc. I think another big part of reform has to be culture.
Yes.
And I think, the motto from the OPR, on learning the old, is so key to reform, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but everywhere else. For some, it is not so much that procurement is something that they are comfortable with, especially with all of the amendments that have happened in Trinidad and Tobago, and therefore education is the key tool to bring about culture change. I don't think we could have a meaningful discussion with respect to advancing the objectives unless we are confident that everyone understands what they have to do. If we reach the stage where we are confident that everyone understands all of the regulations, all of the responsibilities, and then there's still mischief that is happening, then we need to address that another way. But I think in light of everything that we have experienced in Trinidad and Tobago, we are still at a very, you know, a very early stage with respect to the, you know, the new law, which has only been in existence for 16 months.
Yeah.
But you know, part of it is also looking at, for example, the challenge proceedings and the number of challenge proceedings that have been brought to the OPR tells me that the reform in Trinidad and Tobago is in the right direction. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much, Jonathan. And you made a very good point, Jonathan, as it pertains to digital innovation and how important it is in reform. And my next question is for you, Mr. Camilo. I'm not, who is online? Yes? Camilo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, good morning, Camilo.
Okay, good morning.
Yes, so Camilo is a representative from CAF, and we know CAF has provided tremendous support to Latin America and the Caribbean in their procurement reform efforts. So, Camilo, from your engagement with the various jurisdictions, how can we ensure that procurement policies are adaptable to future technological advancements as well as market change?
Yeah, well, I think that's an iterative process, right? So usually, and I picked that up from the previous interventions. Regulations tend to be a little bit legalistic, no? Especially in Latin America. So you have to observe and to follow strict procedures and strict paperwork and strict document work in order to make sure that everything is transparent, or in order to make sure that in the procurement process, the market is able to not to supply whatever you need as a government, right? And I think from the digital innovation point of view, that it's a kind of a burden, an unnecessary burden, because, for instance, now that we can have, let's say, QR codes, no, for the contracts, then we don't need that much paper, you know, to set up a contract. Just to give you an example, or for instance, if we can take blockchain technology for managing procurement processes and for stamping, you know, some special milestones during the procurement process, then we don't need like physical stamps and physical paperwork in order to make that, you know, happen. And you don't need to read 2 times or 3 times some documents in order to make sure that everything is according to what you designed in the first place when you open the procurement process, right? Because the machine is going to make sure of that. So the challenge is that from the regulation point of view, make it less legalistic, less formalistic, make it rely less on papers. But on the other hand, then that gives us 2 more challenges. One is, as previous panel said, we need to train people. We need to build capacity within the people, digital talent within the people, and also to make sure that all the staff that you have is able not only to understand technology, but also to understand how technology can make things better for the different government agencies that are procuring for goods and services, right? To make sure that they have this collaborative and cooperative environment in order to set up a need, in order to set up, you know, a call for proposals, for instance, and then in order to set up a tender process. So you are sure, you're making sure that the procurement process is managed properly, right? Also relying in technology. So that's a second challenge, I think, that we have to be careful of, and to make, you know, technology happen in the procurement process. And the third one, of course, is to make sure that technology also helps you to understand the market, what the market can provide to the government. I think that government or state is just one more agent within the market economy. It's one more, right?
Yes.
But the government has the property to actually regulate the market and to be a representative piece, a representative and significant part of what the market supplies and what the market represents in economic terms. So that gives you the possibility to actually make, for instance, price setting policies more fair for government, also to make procurement process more efficient, and supplying the supply chain for the government, make it more efficient as well. And technology can help you in doing that. For instance, and also to reduce price distortion. So, for instance, during the pandemic, we observed a strong difference between the unit price that some governments in Latin America were paying for the vaccines for the COVID. So, for instance, Colombia was paying half what was paid in Mexico. Mexico, also in other region, for instance, South Africa was paid twice as much as the guys in Europe were paying for the vaccines. So, but technology can help you to actually reduce price distortions because you can read the market online and you can, like almost like in stock market, you can read the market, you can read the conditions, and you can make the supply chain, better for the government. But you need to gather a lot of information. You have to read the information. You have to, calculate prices, calculate average, and you have to do that fast in order to, to set up a procurement process in proper terms. So I think those are the challenges, and those are the things that can make technology and that we can observe in technology as an advantage, and we can use it to improve the procurement process, across the region, not only in Trinidad, but also across Latin America. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Camilo. And you made an excellent point of jurisdictions creating that enabling environment for the adoption of technology. But there's a major pillar here. We have the procurement professionals. These are the persons that must be equipped to be able to utilize the technology, to be able to follow the procurement rules. We have all jurisdictions having amendments to the legislation that these professionals have to ensure that they are compliant with. So Mariano, my next question is for you. Andre made a point of, if we are to go into schools and ask the kids, what do you want to be? You probably get 0 hands raised to indicate that they want to be a procurement professional. In many instances, they may not, as Andre is saying, know what procurement is. So what steps do you think should be taken within the jurisdiction to professionalize the procurement function? But firstly, do you see that there is a lack of professionalization in Trinidad and Tobago?
All right. Lack of professionalization in general, or with regard
of the procurement profession, not in general.
Well, I think it's an important question. That's the reason why I asked for clarification, because I think the conversation has generally carried you in a direction where people have been viewing procurement from several different angles. The Jamaican perspective was the definition of procurement and the objectives. What are the objectives? And the other issue that came up was the issue of efficiency, well, not so much efficiency, but clarity, transparency, trust in the system. And I think the key thing that we have to recognize that what we're really talking about, policy, systems, and procedures. The success and efficiency of any organization, the DNA of any organization is in terms of how we do things on a daily basis and how those things are embedded. And the bottom line is that we use the same process over and over again, and we develop efficiencies. And as a result of it, we can get, if you want, better value for money and everything else that goes with that. What Camille was raising just now was the issue of moving not merely the legal process, but embedding the legal process in systems.
Yes.
And I think that's a key point. I think that if there's one thing that we could talk about in terms of procurement, is the issue of systems. And the other point that came and that was made by the chairman in her opening statement this morning was the issue of the capacity deficit across all organizations. Well, the reason why it's reform-oriented is because we are at a significant juncture. The world is at a significant juncture. We're moving away from manual systems to more IT-driven systems. So we're talking about embedded processes. And by definition, embedded processes means embedding the law in terms of what we do on an ongoing basis and allowing machines to follow it through to make it happen much more efficiently and much more quickly. So what happens across that and what is required is uniformity. And uniformity also means that we have to spend a lot of time building out the systems, getting the processes right, and also the methodology right. And the methodology is not merely the legal aspect, but what we are going to do and how we're going to do it on an ongoing basis so that it can be applied to literally any form of procurement. Now, that has wider implications from the point of view of reform, because one of the difficulties I think that we face in the Caribbean and in many countries in the world, that our modernization processes, particularly at the level of government and government-associated entities, has been slow. Right? And if the modernization processes has been slow, then by definition, right, the people processes will also be slow. So that the issue that you talk about in terms of professionalizing, in terms of training, is not merely one that applies to the procurement function, and I think it would be a mistake if we would need to think about it from a procurement perspective. It is an organizational perspective. Right. Because if we think in terms of fixing one part of the organization, well, what happens to all the other parts? Right? After you finished all the procurement processes, there's the payment processes that we have to follow through with it. Then there's the HR elements of it in terms of who's doing it, how it's being done, how do the departments interact. Efficiency is not merely something that takes place in one department, it's an organizational-wide perspective. Yeah. So I think that the bottom line when we're talking about in terms of how do we get people interested in what we're talking about, and was said from the beginning, it is multidisciplinary. It is not merely about the law, it's not merely about economics, it's not only about business, it's about how we get organizations to achieve the broader objective, governmental objectives, in an efficient manner. So that we are ready, the reform process is really multi-purpose, but also multifunctional and across organizations. And it isn't just simply about professionalizing the procurement function, it's about professionalizing the organization. So the success of any change mechanism has to do with commitment and has to do with capacity. One doesn't go without the other. To have capacity, then you have to have commitment that you're going to do a dollar spend that is going to carry in that direction, because building capacity takes time, it takes training, and it takes effort. And when we're talking about capacity, we're not only talking about the procurement officers, we're talking about the other aspects of the organization, to the level of the directors, at the level of the other enabling processes and people within the system to make it work. So professionalization is not only about the procurement function, right? It is an organizational imperative. And I think that's what we need to put on the table. That it's not just simply about training procurement officers, but how do we get government organizations, parastatal organizations to perform more effectively? And I think that would be my answer to you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mariano. And point taken, we have to have a more holistic view and approach when we speak to professionalization, as you spoke to the organization as a whole, because they're all linked. After the procurement is finished, you have the payment, then you have the contract management aspect of it. To you, Andre, on that point, how would you say other external factors have affected the procurement practices in your jurisdiction? So we heard about the capacity development aspect of it organization-wide. So what other external factors, or how have external factors affected your procurement practices in Jamaica?
That's a tough question. Well, before I answer that, I wanted to sort of point
Sure.
out that the fact that Jonathan and I disagree on what the objectives are or what they're supposed to be is not altogether unexpected. In fact, Professor Kellman writes that it's very easy for us to agree on what we should not do, but it's very difficult for people to find consensus on what we should do. And that's a problem that faces public procurement in as much as it faces other areas of the organization. I have in my professional practice transparently and confidently bought rubbish, extremely compliant procurement procedures, but yielded to the government unusable and unworkable solutions. Right? So it has to be a bit more than just transparency and confidence. There's more about even the subject matter of the acquisition and how we define those things. Now, those things come to us from a market over which we very often don't have control. I mean, there might be some economies where there are regulators that can regulate prices, etc. But it most likely will not be in every single industry. Economic factors have a lot to play in how we design our procurement processes and how we actually go to the market to acquire the things. The option, of course, is that government could invest in producing the things for itself, which we know is extremely inefficient. I'm not sure about Trinidad's experience, but back home in Jamaica, we don't really do very well at running industry, okay? So we have to rely on the market. The market can therefore yield to us a lot of shocks, including failure, absolute failure. We can have price shocks that we have to think about. And so one of the things we try to do in the design of our processes is we ask practitioners to be very heavily invested in market research, in understanding the market for the goods and services that you're buying, and ensuring that you make the utility maximizing decisions. So my friends in the private sector, for example, in Jamaica, that are involved in fast-moving consumer goods manufacturing, they acquire some raw materials from Africa. And they can tell me by opening a spreadsheet, when is the best time to buy mangoes in Africa? And they can tell me what contingencies might affect the prices and the quality, whether there are particular monsoon issues in another region that might affect the yield, etc. Those are things that need to become mainstreamed into public procurement in a way that enables us to prove that the decisions we have taken concerning the acquisition of the subject matter are the best in the circumstances. They might not be the absolute best, but best given what we have to work with. So that's economic factors. Perhaps there are social factors that need to be considered as well. And maybe in another way, social and economic factors. So here's one of the things that we're now faced with in Jamaica. We are experiencing right now a period of extremely good macroeconomic fundamentals. And what that means is we have a lot of fiscal space. I mean, we're not wealthy like Trinidad, but we have a lot of fiscal space now to achieve some things that we ordinarily had to rely on loans for. The question is, well, which ones do we go after? Do we go after the ones that develop particular communities? Or do we go after the ones that develop particular infrastructure? Do we try to do both? So there are times when, because of the availability of resources, you have to sort of determine what you pursue and how you pursue it. Now, we are coming from the struggle bus. I mean, largely we have had to do acquisition in the context of constraint. And it becomes exceedingly difficult to make those decisions. So economic and socioeconomic factors are at issue. And then I guess, to some extent, political factors affect public procurement. Priorities between one government might not be the same priorities in another government. And we have a similar two-party system. Well, we have more than two parties, but there are two mainstream parties back home. And, well, with each passing election cycle, you might find that emphases change. I mean, we don't compromise on the sort of macroeconomic pursuits, but emphases change. And so we have to think about, well, when these emphases change, how do we what do we do in the system in order to embrace the new vision of the incoming government? There might be many more, but again, we'll talk over lunch.
Certainly, thank you, Andre. And some good points in terms of the external factors that affect the procurement practices. the economic as well as the socio-economic and, well, you know, the government factor as well. But when you spoke to the economic factors, you made specific reference to the private sector and the influence that the private sector and the market may have on the procurement practices as well. So Ludian, I would have seen your procurement office put out a call for suppliers, the private sector, to register on your procurement system. How has Anguilla, or what steps have you undertaken to attract the private sector to be part of public procurement in your jurisdiction?
So, thanks for the question again. When we started, persons were hesitant to participate. You know, persons tend to have it in their heads that the outcomes of public procurement opportunities are often already decided. So they were very hesitant to participate. What we did is we did a lot, again, the educational, the sessions, the training sessions that I spoke about before. We didn't limit it just to the internal parties. We also made sure to have trainings for the public, for the bidders, potential bidders. And going up from that, what we did afterwards was had a lot of conversations. Sometimes we would meet persons and ask, well, why have you not been participating? We'll hear the feedback and we'll give them counter arguments and encourage them to come in and register all the same, give it a try, see if it really works out. And by consistently showing them that we were trying to remove inequities and that it was the separation of duties so that the entities aren't involved in the evaluation. Because what we have is the procurement entities is the ones who would build your bid documents. Then we would have the procurement office take in charge of the issue, interaction with the bidders, etc. Then we have a whole separate body, the evaluation committee, who would look at the tenders when they come in, prepare evaluation reports, and then would go to the procurement board just for ratification. And if they approve, if they don't see any issues with the report, then only then would it be awarded. So we did a lot of training, a lot of educational sessions, making sure that the bidders were aware that there was this separation of duties so that they could feel more comfortable and feel like, okay, so perhaps it isn't really being predetermined because the persons who are doing it are the ones who are deciding which of the bids will go through. That helped. We also made an extra effort to encourage the smaller companies, because what happened is some of the companies, you don't even know they exist, you don't know what they offer.
Yes.
So we encourage them to, again, come in and register, because only then can we know what you are capable of doing and then perhaps include you in opportunities. The gentleman to the far left,
Mariano, Mr. Brown.
Mariano.
He spoke about the importance of training, and I just wanted to add that while you do a lot of training internally, and the professionalization is really important, I like that he said that it isn't just from the perspective of procurement office and officers,
Yeah.
but also to the wider public, which is including the bidders. So I really thought that was very useful. Basically, that's most of what we do. We encourage them when they participate to come for debriefing, to share any challenges you experience. If you see something that you think is non-compliant, let us know. We haven't yet gotten the whistleblowing system in place because we encourage them to submit, but we don't have that system where when they submit, nobody can know for sure which email address is coming from. But that's something that we have new legislation, We have new legislation before chambers right now, hoping to get progress to the end of the year. And that will allow for the ombudsman system to be more fleshed out. So we've already got it drafted and everything. It's just that in the previous iterations of the legislation, it only spoke about an ombudsman process, and it was very skimpy. but now we've fleshed it out to try and encourage persons to communicate their challenges in a way that they feel that will be, in a way that they can feel comfortable, because before there was no
process.
real
Yeah.
channel for them to do it comfortably. Yeah, I think I ran out of
Ideas.
No, thank you very much, Ludian. And at the start, you raised something that I think a lot of bidders have communicated before, and that is that, you know, the outcome of these procurement processes are, yeah, Ludian, go ahead.
I also should have said that one of the things we also do to encourage the smaller companies is we try to make sure that those provisions that were making them feel like they could not participate before,
Yes.
where possible, we have them removed from the documents. We encourage the procurement entities to remove requirements such as maybe performance bonds, etc., which may be too stringent
Yes.
for the smaller companies to participate. So we lower the financial and we encourage lots. My thoughts are coming back, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So we encourage the use of lots, because when you break a large exercise into lots where possible, then the financial requirements and the technical requirements can be lowered, and they
Yes.
can participate more easily as well.
Yes, good. No, excellent points. And those are some initiatives that will attract the participation of the private sector in your procurement. But going back to the point of the predetermined nature of the procurement processes, at least from some private sector individuals will indicate that, you know, we already know who's the supplier contractor that's probably going to be successful here. And in that vein, we have the objective or the tool, as some of you will say, of transparency. So Jonathan, I know an objective under the legislation is transparency, but some will say that all of the objectives cannot be achieved, that one may be at the sacrifice of another. How would you say, in the aspect of transparency, in the vein of what Ludian would have shared, do you balance transparency and efficiency in the same procurement process to give, you know, the private sector that confidence that the decisions being taken are fair, but not only that the information will be in the public domain?
Thank you, Marissa. I think a question is, do you reduce transparency is a trick question, because transparency is perhaps one of the key tenets that you find throughout procurement. It exists as the objects in our legislation in Trinidad and Tobago. It exists as purpose and objects in Anguilla and Jamaica. I would like to postulate that perhaps efficiency and transparency are not all that, unachievable together. So when you look at transparency in our legislation, you have the requirement to publish your annual schedule of procurement activities 6 weeks after the budget. To me, that's transparency. To me, that's efficiency, because you're letting the market know this is what I'm going out for. That's also part of the planning process. You're telling procuring entities, think about what you need for the next year. Sit down and plan it. How is transparency and efficiency not working together there? It is, and they're integral parts. Then you look more down to some of the other stages of procurement. For example, the opening of tenders, transparency, efficiency. Everybody is in the same room. Everybody sees what happens. The objectives of confidence are being met with efficiency and transparency. Then we go to, of course, the evaluation. Questions that are posed are shared with all bidders. It's efficient. Why should I send an answer to one bidder and not to the others? Transparency and efficiency working together again. Standstill period. An award is being made. Everybody is aware of it. Transparency, efficiency. which then leads to legal recourse in challenge proceedings, as we've seen in Trinidad and Tobago, which is, of course, a public hearing, which the OPR has done such an excellent job making sure that it's available for all of the viewing public. I think that, to me, has really brought procurement practice alive, the challenge proceedings, where procuring entities are watching what is unfolding before their eyes, looking at what is, the arguments being put forward, looking at the interaction with the regulator. That leads to efficiency because people are going to learn from that and say, I'm not going to make the mistakes that procuring entity is facing right now. So again, for me, when I look at it, I don't see how transparency and efficiency cannot coexist. To me, they are very much integrated in our legislation. They're very much part of the overall perspective I have, which is public procurement is really instilling confidence in the acquisition of goods, services, and works, by government and public entities, But then we could look at some other areas, right? So in procurement throughout the world, there's different methods: open bidding, there's limited bidding, single source, sole source. So what we do see is some instances where there's less competition, but to my mind, that does not really mean that there isn't transparency. In Trinidad and Tobago, we have the named procurement officers who are required to certify the reasons when you are using less competitive methods. There's, of course, the requirement to keep records so that if there's challenge proceedings, those records are forwarded to the regulator. And therefore, in that sense, even when there's less competitive methods that are justifiable because of the reasons, emergency reasons, or there may be only one supplier in the country that can do this task, there's still very much transparency and efficiency coexisting. Yeah. So I would like to postulate, I could understand where some people say, transparency, we need to do this thing now, so we need to go about, but at the end of the day, the framework does allow for that to happen with transparency.
Yeah.
So I don't think that they cannot coexist. I think they're very much part of each other, and that's the way that we should perhaps look at it. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Jonathan. And key to a tool to achieving transparency and efficiency must be digital, so you have e-procurement. And my next question is to you, Camilo.
Yes, I'm here.
So on that point of the coexistence or the integration of transparency and efficiency, and digital tools being used to achieve that, how can we then track the long-term impact of digital innovation in procurement on public trust as it pertains to transparency, efficiency, fairness, and the tools that the various legislations would outline, as well as economic growth?
Yeah, well, that I will pick that answer up from my last answer, which is when I told you or talked about how important the government is for the market economy. I mean, as another stakeholder of the market economy. So digital innovation, e-procurement is a tool that helps you to understand better what the market is in conditions to supply or to provide, to understand better as well what the prices or the fair prices are supposed to be, the fair costs are supposed to be. And also, having said that, or taking in account, by taking that in account, then you can translate that to your budget constraints. So you can tell, for instance, that you can avoid some distortions, for instance, by wondering, okay, what's the average cost for paper in different government agencies, or what's the average cost or the average cost, for building 1 kilometer in a road, and why this cost is changing across time or is changing across some regions in the same country or across different government agencies. So, and the only thing, or I mean, I think that the best way to answer those questions that then you can translate to your budget constraint and then you can make efficient decisions, then is technology, is the capacity for you to process data and to understand what the data analytics delivers for you, and then to be able to communicate that to other stakeholders in the government, right? So that's one thing. There is also another important step here, and is the possibility that you can provide trust. I mean, by applying by applying public policies on e-procurement, then you can provide to the market also some trust. I'm talking about the private sector here, so they somehow are confident that the business environment is a, you know, as a playing field for everyone here, and everyone has free competition. They can bid for the contract, and the conditions are clear for everyone, and they know for sure that the government is going to evaluate different bids and is going to choose the best one according to the budget constraint they have, and also according to the policy objectives or policy goals they have, right? So if you, e-procurement also helps you to, and transparency as well, and digital innovation helps you to, you know, to build a fair, you know, and a just field for everyone in the business environment. And I think that's very important. You need to earn the trust from the private sector in order to provide incentives for them to give you the best they can produce or the best they can deliver for, at the end of the day, to deliver public goods, right? So, and I think digital innovations helps you with that. There are other tools as well, like as I told you in the previous question, blockchain that can help you to manage, you know, a procurement process in a more efficient and transparent way that you can, you know, you can provide some confidence as well to the markets. There is also the possibility to apply artificial intelligence, so you can make business intelligence as well for different government agencies, and but in order to do that, you also need data. And that leads me to my last point, which is, if you want to incentivize innovation, transparency, and efficiency here, you need, I think the cornerstone here is open data. So you need to be sure that you have enough data that is structured, is the data that complies with some quality standards, and you have it open for everyone in the ecosystem, right? The more data you have, the more interoperable systems can be, and also the more input you have to train algorithms and business intelligence models and data analytics models to make, you know, to help you to make better decisions regarding to procurement and regarding also to policy objectives. At the end of the day, all these elements are going to feed into a better government, because then the government will have information in real time regarding how much they have to pay for specific policy goals, and how much, for instance, they have to tax to other people or to other economic agents in order, you know, to collect the money to improve some other policy goals and somehow overcome the budget constraint that every government agency has, right? So, and in order to do that, I will say that the first element here, or the most important one, is open data as well for everyone in the ecosystem, right? I think that's That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camilo. And as we wrap up today's panel, Mariano, I do have a question for you. And I will allow the other panelists to give their contributions if they so wish as well. In your view, what should be the primary focus of Trinidad and Tobago's reform over the next 5 to 10 years to ensure long-term sustainability as well as efficiency in the processing?
Well, I think I said that, or alluded to it in the first question that you asked me, and the issue was about
Professionalization.
not only professionalization, building strength in your routines, into your organization systems and procedures, which I think is really where we are weak. I think that's the biggest issue that we face as organizations moving forward. And just to go back to what Andrea was raising with the issue of market factors, market forces, and so on, with the issue of globalization. You could go back to a very pregnant period, the period 2003 to 2013, 2014, where the whole idea, the presumption being in procurement and legalizing and setting out procedures so that you will gain efficiencies. But the market determines what prices are going to be. You can't change that.
Yes.
Right? And that period is what we call a period of commodity, I forget the exact term, but essentially we went through a period where commodity prices were all over the place, particularly steel. And in the context of procurement in Trinidad and Tobago, that translated into an argument which has led to this procurement legislation. The real issue on the table is access to government contracts, particularly with regard to construction. And the presumption that because prices rose, it was because of not merely inefficiency, but shall we call it unjust means and unjust enrichment, when really prices were increasing all over the world. And that translated into price increases in the domestic. You can't change the price, what's taking place in the world economy from that perspective. And no amount of routinization is going to solve the market problems which are caused by changes in economic factors. So the critical issue moving forward is going to be government's commitment to process, right, and to modernization, because it's really about modernizing government systems. And private sector really has no issue here, right? The real issue is going to be competition for government contracts. And that's a critical point in terms of how we're going to do it. Private sector always had access to common law remedies in terms of contract, which we'll actually use during that fairly robust period. So that the issue now isn't about changes in the law. It really is perhaps in strengthening the specification methodology in terms of our procurement systems so that government is much more clear in terms of what it's buying. Now, here's the issue now to deal with Mr. Suhong's comment, right? You want to buy a vehicle. The issue is, what are the standards that you're going to set? What is the objective you're going to set? Because 5 different vehicles could fill the same thing, is to get you from point A to B. So the issue is going to be specifications, not so transparent, right? The specifications now determine the success or failure of the regard and the amount of how shall we call it, objections that you're likely to have. The objections really come to those assets which are not so easy to determine, which require some degree of variability, and that occurs particularly in the construction sector, right? And those are big ticket items. That's really where the confusion has taken place. But the critical issue moving forward in that regard will be government's commitment to process systems and the ability to strengthen the same organizations which are going to make government policy live. Because it isn't only about just simply the procurement system that I meant. It is really about strengthening those processes all the way through, and whether government is achieving its objectives. The difficulty in that is when government isn't achieving its objectives, things that get in its way inconveniently, right, tend not to get resources. The example for that would be the Integrity Commission, right? Because the Integrity Commission didn't necessarily achieve all its objectives or slow the process down. So by definition, we won't give that particular organization as much of the resources that is likely to help it to move forward and achieve its objectives. Same thing with regard to the procurement regulator. So the fundamental issue moving forward is commitment and capacity building on a continuous basis, and to make certain that they are in alignment with the political forces, I think that Andre talked about in terms of how do we get those things to work out. And I think that's going to be the challenge moving forward. Modernization, reform is a key part of the agenda. Disruption is taking place in all regards, as long as we have changes in IT and IT delivery systems. So this is going to be a continuous exercise in improvement. So we have to have a commitment to that. But we also have to have a commitment to making certain that the process works and that the objectives in terms of nation building, if you want, community development, are also ensured and they are matched by what is taking place in the professionalization of that environment.
Could I add two
Sure.
further commitments to
Sure.
what Mariana has identified? I think one of the things that Trinidad has to do going forward is to invest a lot in understanding the data, the transactional data that's available. Now you move to an entirely decentralized system. You're going to get thousands of data points that are describing what's going on in the system. So what we've done back home is we've developed a monitoring plan that aligns the objectives in the Act with the MAPS pillars. The MAPS people might be happy to hear about that. And then what we've done is define some targets, some performance indicators that help us to understand how each of these is functioning and what we may need to do tactically to get them to the zone that we want, because the things that get measured get done or they get managed, right? We're not just about running a system for the sake of running a system. The system needs to deliver development to the people. And if it's not getting us there, we need to be clear on what the bad actors are and then to fix those. So that's one commitment, to data and to using that data to inform policy development. The second one is one that I'm really passionate about now, is to increase the coordination between our academics and government, and to sort of commit to thinking through constantly these issues. You might be surprised to know that, as we were discussing, Marissa, the United Kingdom post-Brexit, they are looking at a hybrid of hard law and soft law regulation in their public procurement system. What they're thinking about is maybe nailing down one or two areas with legislation and then governing everything else by administrative guidance, because they've recognized the importance of that flexibility on the process. We need to think about whether that's a model that's suitable for us as well, or if we need to be committed to this hard-nosed, inflexible law that just generates routine, which is important, by the way, yeah?
Yeah.
But there might be better ways to think through what we actually need to do in our legislative framework for it to yield to us what we want. But we can talk more about it over lunch.
Thank you, Andre. Jensen, do we have any comments?
You know, procurement is just one aspect of interaction between the citizenry and government. I would like to borrow what was said earlier with respect to, you know, professionalism. It's looking at the entire organization. I think the time is ripe for constitutional reform. There are things that, you know, I mean, we have projects that are planned, and if a government changes, the project is shelved. And I think that is something where if we had constitutional provisions that, you know, kind of set some budget goals, you could find more certainty in the procurement sector for some of these areas, you know. So I think that looking at it holistically, procurement is just one facet of some other areas that we need some consistency on. And, you know, those things need to be explored.
Yes. Ludian, any comments as we close?
Actually, I was just thinking that names are not my strong point.
Jonathan?
Jonathan, thank you. What Jonathan said is basically what I was thinking, that, you know, you have to look at it not just in terms of a silo, but holistically. And when you change your legislation in procurement, that you make sure that you look at all the other sectors that needs to be adjusted as well, so they speak and marry together well. So that is important as you're going forward. And a lot of the feedback that you get, and I know you've done it because you said you've changed your legislation now, or you've had a reform that you're having now based on the feedback from the public and the construction sector, etc. That is also very important because that tells us the areas that we really need. Sometimes, it's stuff that you can't really take on board, but where it's possible to, you should consider as much as possible what amendments is necessary, or even if it's not to the legislation, what are we doing that is causing these concerns from the public that we can address in the short term, and what plans we have for the long term, and build the risk into your early stages of your procurement processes, and that should help a lot. Because what we've done recently, for example, is in our preliminary documents, we've built a risk matrix so that we can know what risk, because we realize that persons don't always think down the road. Someone was speaking about planning earlier. We tend not to plan very well sometimes.
Yes.
So if you build those risk matrix into the initial documents that they have to consider, it can help to set up for your future needs. So your procurement is not in a silo either.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. And as we close, we have 5 minutes to answer one question, a question posed to Andre. Given the critical importance of managing procurement risk and ensuring compliance with procurement regulations, how can we address the growing trend among public bodies to hire procurement doers who focus solely on administrative tasks rather than investing in skilled practitioners with the expertise to strategically manage procurement processes and mitigate organizational risks? What are the risks and potential long-term implications of this trend on the effectiveness and integrity of public procurement systems?
This question is a paragraph long. I mean, who asked this? I think a part of the answer to this might be to strategically communicate procurement's value constantly. But then you can't do that unless you have a couple of good examples. So if I understand the question, it is how can we address the trend to sort of confine procurement to merely sort of anodyne, task-oriented administrative functions.
Right.
So we need to show how procurement delivers value for the people, right? We're going to do that with data. Maybe what could be done in Trinidad's context is maybe you take a pilot entity and you really, really invest a lot in sort of ensuring that there's great market research that informs all the decisions, that the procurement modalities are aligned with the information that comes from the market research, and then to choose contract types that align with the market research, and then to compare those kinds of practices to what used to happen before, and to show the ways in which that makes a difference. That's something that we're doing right now back home. Another important component, which is sort of around the question, is procurement people need to be paid properly. If you're going to get good procurement people, I was wondering, right? If we're going to get good procurement people, they've got to be compensated at a level that's commensurate with the effort that they give, and with the complexity associated with the job. If it is no longer in this way, a sort of paper pushing exercise, and you want people to actually think, then you've got to pay people for thinking. And I mean, what we're doing now in Jamaica, for example, is working through a professionalization track that starts people at a junior level, and then as they grow in skill and knowledge, they move up. And as they move up, they get more money, and they handle larger procurements, etc., which is a model from the United States. And so if we're going to, stop having doers, if we're going to mitigate the risk of sort of constraining procurement to a non-strategic role, you've got to pay the people well. And the people will not... Oh, by the way, you also have to have a system, having set up the payment, to get rid of the people that don't do well. I mean, people don't like when I talk about this, but so I'm an attorney back home in Jamaica. And if I offend the canons of legal ethics, I am kicked out of the profession. It's the same with doctors and same with with engineers, right? If you do rubbish, you need to be punished, and especially if you do it constantly, right? So we can't think about elevating the process or elevating the profession without also that more sort of inconvenient component that says, well, there are some people who just should not be in the profession, and there has to be a mechanism to get rid of them. Repurpose them, not to harm them, but to say, this is not an area for you, go find something else to do. I hope that answers the question in some kind of way. My answer was as long as the question itself.
Thank you very much, Andre, and thank you to the rest of the panelists, Ludian, Jonathan, Mariano. Well, Helena would have come off, but Sitina as well online. So at this point in time, we would like to break for our coffee break. I would like to, Tamara, would you come up? Yes, Tamara would officially dismiss us for coffee.
All right, so we will break for 15 minutes. Get you to stretch your legs, get some refreshments. They're at the back of the room on my right-hand side. There will be a timer placed on the screen, so we will all know at what point we get back together, and we will see you in 15. Just remember that if you have any questions for the panelists, we will pick it up in session 4 at the roundtable. Okay, thank you. Dive into assessing the performance of the public procurement reform, the MAPS initiative. This session will be conducted presentation style and will explore what variables are normally assessed when conceiving public procurement systems. So any reform can have a holistic approach to improvement at to improve procurement at different levels rather than the usual legal reform. Our first presenter, who will join us via online, is Mr. Jep Groot, Policy Analyst, MAPS Secretariat. And our second presenter in this session, Mr. Carlos Ortiz, he is with us today. He's a procurement consultant with Grandeur Consultores, will follow. So, technical team, do we have Mr. Groot with us? Okay, Mr. Groot, I think my technical team is telling me that you can go ahead. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well, and I hope you can hear me too, and that you can also see the presentation that I have just shared.
We can hear you and we can see. You may proceed.
Splendid. Thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me to speak at this roundtable discussion event. I'm very happy to be here, and I could hear just the final minutes of the previous panel debate. And going from that and the agenda, it seems like you have been having some very interesting discussions. What I'm going to do in my fairly short presentation is that I will present the MAPS framework and how it works, the dynamics of the framework, and what you can get from a MAPS assessment. And I'm going to do it in a manner that is relatively compact and concise, and allow for questions from anyone in the audience if that is relevant. But with that little introduction, I will go ahead and jump into the subject matter. My name is Jeppe Groot. I'm working at the MAPS Secretariat, housed at the OECD in Paris. And I will get back to, in a few minutes, a little bit about what the Secretariat is doing. So MAPS is short for Methodology for Assessing Procurement Systems. And I hope that as many of you as possible in the audience have already heard about this. Other than the references made to the framework in the agenda. Now, since this is a event that has to do already with public procurement, I'm sure that I don't need to convince anyone in the room or online that public procurement is an important topic to work on for governments. But I still brought these slides because I think it's a useful thing to all the time remind ourselves that public procurement is, of course, on the one hand, in strict economic terms, a very important policy area. But on the other hand, and sometimes I have a feeling that this tends to be forgotten a little bit, public procurement is also what happens when a government is doing anything, pretty much. There pretty much isn't any policy, if it is to be realized in real life, that doesn't rely on procurement at some stage. And for this reason, in addition to the economic impact, it is, of course, very important to work on public procurement, on the public procurement system in countries. And MAPS is a tool exactly for this. So MAPS is, on the one hand, a reform tool, and on the other hand, a recognized assessment. And what this means is that on the one hand, and this is the reform tool part, MAPS is designed to be a tool for governments. So it is a tool that governments and their partners can use if they want to make their system better. The reason I'm saying this is that sometimes we, when you present people with an assessment tool, there can be some concern in some parts of the system that we are dealing with some sort of audit here. And of course, MAPS will bring out some weaknesses in a system, but the intention of MAPS is not to do an audit of the system. It is to enable decision makers and policy makers and practitioners within the system to make the system better by identifying where they can address their reform or improvement initiatives. So that's the one side of MAPS. It's a reform tool. On the other hand, it's also a recognized tool, which means that it has the global public procurement community behind it. And that's not only in the design of the tool itself, it's also in every MAPS assessment, because every assessment report will be subject to a quality assurance process that involves not only the MAPS Secretariat, but also parts of what we call our technical advisory group, which is a group of procurement experts from across the world, from different types of organizations, who will use their expertise to make every single MAPS assessment report better. So in the end, you will end up with a report that has had a thorough quality assurance process by a number of experts, which should serve as the best foundation for doing these reform initiatives that I was talking about just before. And I will get back to exactly what it is that you can then take from a MAPS assessment report and use in your country. But first, a little bit more about MAPS as a tool. MAPS is universal, and this means that it can be used by any country, regardless of their situation in terms of development, and regardless of their situation in terms of how they're politically organized, economically organized, and so on. And you can see on this map the current use of MAPS across the world. Depending on the color, as you can see, we have quite a number of assessments that are already published and available on our website. And then we have also quite a number of assessments that are currently undergoing. But you can also see here that the coverage of the tool is pretty wide, going across continents, and that there are also a lot of assessments that have been done and are ongoing in the Caribbean and Latin America. And I'll just zoom in on this now. So here on this slide, you see a list of assessments that have either been done, those are the ones that are marked in boldface, or are ongoing in the region. And of course, the Caribbean contains a number of smaller states, and unfortunately, our map is not detailed enough to show them explicitly, but as you can see from the list, the countries are there. or the jurisdictions in some cases. And this also shows, in fact, the Caribbean and Latin America is a good example of the universality of maps, because we have countries with greatly varying political organizations, greatly varying sizes, both geographically and economically. And we also have maps assessment carried out at different levels. For example, a recently published assessment was done in Nuevo León in Mexico, which is on an individual state level. We also have different variations of maps, so to say. And in the recently published Argentina report, it's both the main methodology and our supplementary module on sustainable public procurement that has been carried. So this is just to show you a little bit of the global reach of maps and of the activity in the region that Trinidad is finding itself in. So the elements of the methodology, I'm not going to be very detailed here, because you have already seen these in the agenda on the levels of their titles. They have also been mentioned at least once, I heard, in the previous session by your colleague from Jamaica. What I want to say about this is that the 4 pillars of maps are meant to ensure that a maps assessment covers all the essential aspects of a procurement system. It used to be the case, I do think that we have moved on a little bit from this, but it used to be the case that when you talked about procurement, you know, it was very much a legal thing. It had to do with what's the law and what are the regulations and are they being followed. So it was a sort of quite strictly speaking legal compliance issue. But of course, procurement system also consists of the institutions and the management capacity that is actually operationalizing the legal framework. It consists of the practices, the daily practices of acquisitions, of tenders, of all those projects, from the smallest items to the biggest infrastructure projects, who carry out procurement activities every day. It consists of the supply side, you might say, so the market operations. And finally, it also consists of the whole control system that is meant to ensure the accountability, integrity, and transparency of the system. And MAPS covers all of this and gives equal weight to all of this. So on this slide, you can see there are a different number of sub-indicators and indicators under each pillar, but this doesn't say anything about their relative weight. It's just a question of which topics are covered. Each pillar has different has the same weight in the methodology, and all of them must be assessed when doing a MAPS assessment. And importantly, and this is the other thing I just want to highlight now, is that a MAPS assessment, in addition to these 4 pillars and their indicators, also consists of an analysis of the country context. And this is because it is absolutely crucial that the assessment of the indicators and the sub-indicators is embedded in the country context. And the reason for this is that we want the result of a MAPS assessment to be actionable recommendations that governments can use to improve their procurement systems. And for this reason, obviously, it needs to take into account whatever the particular circumstances of the country at hand are. As I mentioned, we also have a number of supplementary modules that complement what we call the main MAPS methodology. And these all cover topics that are already present in the main methodology, but obviously each supplementary module is much more detailed and allows for governments to deal with a specific policy issue. And the modules on sustainable public procurement, professionalization, and e-procurement can be done independently of a main MAPS assessment. They can also be done together. We have seen that in a number of cases. As I mentioned before, Argentina, professionalization was done in Nuevo León at the same time as main MAPS assessment, and professionalization has currently been carried out in a Costa Rica assessment by itself. I just want to mention as well that MAPS is a part of a bigger assessment ecosystem, as you might say, where we also have TADAT and PEFA. And PEFA especially is closely aligned with MAPS and the other way around. So you know, very often we will see that MAPS assessment starts on the piggybacks on findings from a PEFA assessment, or at least uses the findings in a PEFA assessment to substantiate some of the findings in the MAPS assessment. And finally, I also just want to mention that when I talked before about how MAPS is an internationally recognized tool, this slide gives an image of that. This is what you see here is what we call the MAPS network, which consists of the steering committee. So these are the financiers, the founders of the MAPS initiative, the World Bank and the OECD, and the financiers. And then we have a group of stakeholders that are part of the network and who participate in this technical advisory group that I talked about before. And as a last comment, and as I warned about before, the MAP Secretariat is housed at the OECD in Paris, but we are actually an independent entity owned by the steering committee that you just saw. And what we do is that we offer advice and guidance to all countries and interested stakeholders on how to carry out assessments. We facilitate and preside over the quality assurance process of the assessment reports in order to ensure that all the reports that are published are done in compliance with the methodology. So what this means is that we don't carry out assessments ourselves. That's just a good thing for people to know. And another good thing maybe is that although MAPS is a initiative with global reach, the Secretariat is very small. We are 3 people working, and one of us is a comms and events management officer. So just to say that we're a small operation, but we have a relatively big global impact. Going back to the elements of the methodology, I just want to quickly show you how the assessment works in practice by giving you an example of an indicator. And this is also to show you what you end up with when you have done a MAPS assessment. So this is pillar 1. And so we're dealing with the legal and regulatory framework. And what we usually say that pillar 1 is the black and white pillar, you know, it's the pillar where you can go out and find legal documents to substantiate your analysis. So usually it's either a question of, does the legal framework support this or that, enable or support this or that, or doesn't it enable this or that? And as you can see here under pillar 1, we have 3 indicators. One that has to do with the legal framework and the agreed principles and obligations. One that has to do with implementing regulations. And finally, one that has to do with sustainable development and international obligations. And I will just go into indicator 1 here. It's the most extensive. And you can see there are from A through L sub-indicators dealing with all of those things that we would consider as an essential part of a legal framework when dealing with public procurement. So we have the scope of the legal framework. We have procurement method, advertising rules, rules of participation, and so on. All of these are dealt with in a MAPS assessment individually. And what you're looking at, in this case, we're now going into the sub-indicator A. So this is a scope of application and the coverage of the legal and regulatory framework. What you are then actually assessing is a number of, apologies for that, is a number of assessment criteria where each assessment criteria is what we call an aspirational statement about the procurement system. So in this case, you can see that, for example, the first assessment criteria of the entire assessment will be that the legal and regulatory body of norms complies with the following conditions, that they are adequately recorded and organized hierarchically, etc. So this describes an ideal situation in a procurement system, and the task of the assessors in a MAPS assessment is to evaluate whether the situation in the country that they're looking at. So if Trinidad, for example, was to do a MAPS assessment, it would be in Trinidad and Tobago. whether the situation in the procurement system in that country lives up to this statement that we have in the assessment criteria. And this is done in both qualitative and quantitative terms. When the assessors have then described the situation in the country as they see it right now based on the evidence, they do a gap analysis to describe any gaps that they might find. So if they see that the situation in the country does not quite fulfill what is stated in the assessment criteria, then they need to describe that. And they also need to describe the severity of the gap. So how big of a gap is it? And how much of a risk does it pose to the procurement system regarding the topic that this particular indicator works with? So this is done for every single of the 210 assessment criteria that are in a main MAPS assessment. And what you get out of this is that every time we have a substantive gap, which means a gap that is, material, where the situation in the country materially is different from what is described, the assessors need to make a recommendation of how to address this gap, or these gaps in case there are more gaps for a single criteria. So you can see already now how you, with 210 assessment criteria, will end up having a series of recommendations that are quite targeted, a specific point within the procurement system. Of course, enabling decision makers to also target their reform initiatives. And this is what I'm going to just show you now, that in the end, when you have done an assessment with MAPS, you get a series of recommendations, and assessors need to assemble these into what we call a strategic action plan. And you can see one here. It's just taken from a published MAPS assessment on our website. So here you see a series of recommendations under the header of reducing private sector cost of entry and participation in the public procurement market. And you can see that responsibility for each of these actions is suggested to be delegated to a specific institution. These are the acronyms, and have a specific timeline as well. So I'm showing you this to show that this is really the output of a MAPS assessment. It's a directory, you might say, of the weaknesses, the weak points of the system, and an action plan that prioritizes suggested recommendations on how to address these weaknesses. It is not, you don't get a series of quantitative scoring for the procurement system. And this goes back to what I talked about in the beginning of the presentation, that MAPS is a tool for governments to use. So we want MAP to be usable to actually create public procurement reform initiatives, rather than just serve as a sort of benchmarking tool that you can use for advertising. This doesn't mean that you cannot use MAPS to track your progress. You can use the assessment as a baseline as well, and then further on measure how you have progressed on these different topics, as we can understand that Jamaica has done, for example. But the individual MAPS assessment report is not a scoring exercise in the same way as it's not an audit. Finally, I just want to talk about who's involved in an assessment to give you a picture of this as well, because MAPS assessment is very much carried out by government institutions in collaborations with some international partners. Usually it would be MDBs or other development partners. But it's also inclusive of other country stakeholders that participate in the public procurement system. And this is especially civil society and private sector actors. The strongest assessments we have seen are the ones that have the strongest involvement of these actors, because it means that all the actors that are working in the system are brought to the table. They have their voices heard. They can offer their perspective, which also means that when you have an assessment report and a strategic action plan, it has broad buy-in from key actors in the whole system, giving you, of course, a much stronger foundation for carrying out these reform initiatives that you want to do as a government. So sometimes, it can be a bit difficult for teams to get involvement from private sector and civil society, but it does produce a much stronger assessment. On the other hand, and this is the right side of this slide, there are also the MAP Secretariat, and as I talked about before, the Technical Advisory Group that is ensuring quality assurance. So this is a further, you can say, step in the process that also means that you end up with a result that's not just the government speaking. So it's not just a promotional policy paper. Not saying that would always be the case, but that you could imagine a situation where it would be used with that. It is again an assessment and a product that has broad buy-in from a wide variety of actors. And just to give you a few stats of an assessment, because of these things that I have mentioned, the extent of the assessment criteria, and that you need to, the detail you need to go to, the type of data that you need to rely on, typically a MAPS assessment takes somewhere between 8 and 18 months. This depends on the country, of course. I showed you a list before where we had some smaller Caribbean island states that have carried out assessment. Those assessments took even shorter than 8 months, 6 months, something like that. And the same goes with the costs. And for supplementary modules, usually both the time frame and the cost is a little bit shorter. So other than giving you sort of the hard stats here, this is also just to underline the fact that a MAPS is a comprehensive and quite big exercise. It can seem a little bit daunting, but it also means that the product you get is a really solid one that can be used for a variety of purposes, and has also quite it's a fairly sustainable product in the sense that it's fairly long-lived. It's only if there are major changes in the system that a MAPS assessment becomes outdated. And this is also what you can see here, that it is a process that starts with a thorough planning, includes the country context analysis that I talked about before, and then the assessment itself, after which you have a validation with in-country stakeholders, including those non-government stakeholders I talked about before. And then you have the quality assurance process. So as you can see here, it's not just 2 weeks field work and then you have a published assessment. Because you need this involvement from all the stakeholders in the system, it's a longer process, but it also ensures that the final product is way more solid. Now, MAPS is, of course, a big methodology. As I mentioned, 210 criteria, and there are a lot of different fine aspects of it. So we've created an e-learning program to support this. It is online, open, free of charge, and totally self-paced. So anyone, can go and do any part of it that they wish to know more about in relation to MAPS. We have both some courses that are very technical about the application of the methodology, but we also have broader modules that deal with stakeholder involvement and what to expect if you are, for example, as a government authority that will be involved in an assessment, but not in carrying out the assessment as such. And those were the words that I wanted to share with you today. Once again, thank you to the organizers for inviting me. And I am happy to answer any questions that anyone might have about MAPS or about the use in the Caribbean and Latin American region. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Groot. We will now have a presentation by Mr. Ortiz. So I just wanted to ask Mr. Groot, would you be able to stay online with us until Mr. Ortiz is finished for us to do the Q&A?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
advance the presentation, please? Thank you. So, thank you for inviting me to this roundtable. I would like to talk about the complexity of procurement systems and how the MAPS assessment address that complexity. So I think I should start with, can they see the presentation, please? Thank you. To explain why I think, and I hope you agree with me, that procurement systems are complex systems. And I think you will agree with me because we have been talking about this for the previous session. So to begin, what is a complex system? I don't know what's going on. Where should I point it? Okay. Let's go. A complex system is a system composed of many components that may interact with each other. So in a procurement system, we have that situation. And we have been talking about this in the morning. What components do we have in a procurement system? We have the rules, of course. Here we have the Office of Procurement Regulation. We have organizations. We have procurement bodies, procurement entities. We have people. We have been talking about the people, procurement officers, suppliers, citizens, of course, and technology. Each one of these companies work with each other to produce a result. So it's not something that we just work with one component. We have to work with all components. For instance, for rules, Andre said in the previous session that we should not focus only on primary regulation. We should also focus on secondary regulation, meaning guidelines, yeah, meaning all the regulation that goes beyond the Public Procurement Act. In organizations, we have public entities, public organizations, that they work to buy things. What are their capacities? What are their abilities to do that? In people, I would like to focus more on that. Public officers, procurement officers. In the previous sessions, we say a common joke, that is not a joke, that students, they don't want to be public officers when they grow up. That's true. But we have a bigger problem. Public procurement officers don't want to be public procurement officers. No? I have run several surveys around Latin America for public procurement officers. And when I ask them, how do you feel with your job? They say, I don't feel that people, my colleagues, appreciate my work. I feel that they think that I am an obstacle for projects. No? So I feel that they think that I don't want them to do their jobs. So we have a big problem there. We have public officers that they don't want to do what they are doing. And I'm going to talk about this later. Technology. Camilo said in the previous session about technology. Of course, and this is an issue that is common in Latin America, at least. When we talk about procurement systems, at least sometimes they think about e-procurement system, electronic procurement system, and it's more than that, as I'm telling you. Procurement system is not only the electronic procurement systems, it's all these components together. And technology is not only e-procurement system. Of course, we need an e-procurement system, tailored size, according to our situation, according to the volume of our transactions, but also we need to manage the data that we get through the procurement systems. We need to transform data into information. We had a lot of data. We had few information. No? We don't have the capacity to do data mining. We are not taking decisions based on information, based on evidence. Having the data, that's a great thing. No? So each one of these components is a word in itself. Each one of these components, but it gets better. It all works together. It all is a mixture of everything. People work based on rules. Rules are made for people. Technology works as long as rules permit the technology to be used. An example from my country, from Colombia. We have an e-procurement system, like a complete electronic procurement system, a transactional procurement system, no? Where everything is electronics based, from the planning to the signature of the contract. And we hope that should mean that we are not going to use paper anymore. Of course, everything is transactional, electronic. We should not use paper. But what happened? People start printing the contracts that they sign electronically. Why? Because they were afraid that the government is going to ask about where is the sign, where is the signature. So I compare that to having a wireless phone connected with a chain to the wall. No? Why are we doing this? Why are we having technology that the rules constrain? So it's a complex system. I think you understand what I mean with a complex system. We have many components that they interact with each other. So, and it's not only that they interact with each other. The performance depends, or the performance of the system depends on their interactions. Let's talk about value for money. I know that it's just one objective, and I know one of the main objectives of the system, but let's talk about value for money. The general objective of procurement is to create public value. To create public value. The supply chain in the public sector is the public value chain. It's to transform public resources into public services. And procurement is a key part of that public value chain. So public procurement officers are not to hire suppliers. They are not here to spend public money. They are here to produce public value. And I think that's the reason they feel that they are not appreciated, because they are doing something that other people don't see. So how much value for money can we create? That depends on how well these components interact with each other. Let's see an example. I don't know what's going on. Sorry. Okay, this one. Let's see. It's just an example. I'm not talking about any country in particular. But let's see if we have a country with this condition. Huge rules, good organizations, but with people that is not connected with those rules and organizations, and technology that is old. What do you think that will be the performance of that system? Very poor. Very poor. No? But we have rules. But we have organizations. Okay, where is everything else? So, my message here, and I will say from this point, is you have to focus on everything. You have to focus on everything. If you don't focus on everything, you will not get the results. And that's the reason for that, and I wrote this down because I think it is very important, is because the performance is only as strong as the weakest component. Let me say it again. The performance is only as strong as the weakest component. So your result will be of the same size of your weakest component. So if you think which one is your weakest component, those are your results. That's the answer why you are not getting better results. So a single weak or disconnected company can negatively impact the entire system. Let's say, for instance, technology. I have been in several countries, actually I work with 2 Central American countries, that they are trying to improve their e-procurement system. And they think that with a new e-procurement system, they will have a new procurement system. No? So they are dreaming that with a term of reference to hire a new e-procurement system, they are hiring a new procurement system. They are wrong. They just not only need an e-procurement system, they need everything. They need new rules, new organizations, new people. New people, I don't mean that they have to change the people. They need to improve on the people that they have. Okay? So, my first message, procurement systems are complex systems. You need to work in everything, in all the components. The MAPS assessment methodology is designed to address the complexity of procurement systems. I'm not going to talk to you a lot about procurement to MAPS assessment. Jeppe just talked about this. It has 4 pillars: legal, institutional, procurement, market practice, and accountability. I want to talk to you about why I have been in almost 15 MAPS evaluations around Latin America. And what I have seen is that in practice, the results of the pillar evaluation are interconnected, just as the components of a procurement system. And in particular, the progress grows through the pillars. That means it's like a waterfall. A poor result in pillar 1 goes all the way to all the pillars. But even if you go a good result in pillar 1, that doesn't mean that you will have a good result in other pillars. And what's the reason for that? Because we have regulation, institutions, and operations. Every time you go down, you go deeper in the problem. Actually, what usually happens is that the main problems are in pillar 3, operations. In practice, in what you do with each contract, in how you spend the money. No? In Colombia, we had a program to help poor people from the countryside to develop a small business. And the contract was based they will get from the government a water tank and some chickens. So what would you say that the program was, the main topic of the program, or the main task of the program was to buy water tanks and chickens, and to provide them water tank and chickens. Okay, we have the Ministry of Finance. They gave this program, so the Ministry of Finance gave this program a budget. The budget was spent, as we will expect. No, we have really high budget executions in our countries, with low results, with poor results. So when we check the contract, what happened? This money didn't go to buy chickens and water tanks. This money went to buy hats, to hire, to buy computers, to hire consultants, to everything. Only 40% of the money went to the goal of the project. But no one is tracking the money. No one is tracking the money. The Minister of Finance are not tracking the money. Where is the money going? And the only way to track the money is to check the contracts. The only way to track the money is to check the contracts. So, what value for money? How we create public value? Value for money is the best relationship between cost and quality, as we all know. What is cost? Cost is more than price. It's all the costs related to the life cycle of the product. What is quality? Quality is satisfying needs, people needs. The need is not the product. The need is not the product. The European Commission says the need is not a printer, the need is to print. When we start from the product, we have a limitation in what solution we can provide, because we already thought about the product. The need is not school meals. The need is to feed the students. It's not the same. We can innovate when we think about the needs. And that's what we have to think when we see the operations and accountability. That we are not going to see that in the regulation and institutions. We are going to see that in the contracts, in the operations, in the job that public officers do every day. The creation of public value is not in the regulation. The creation of public values is in the job that they do every day in their offices when they plan a contract. There is a creation of public value. So I would like to go deeper in that with 3 quotes from really recognized procurement publications. The first one is, regulation of procurement improves outcomes, of course, but only in countries with low public sector capacity. Amazing, no? What does that mean? That means that if you have a lot of regulations, it's a sign that you have low capacity. No? In countries with a lot of regulations, you have low capacity because you are trying to limit autonomy, because you don't trust in public officers. So when you are going to improve their capacity, as we hope all that we are going to do that, if you try to improve your capacity, you will have to deregulate your system. No? The second one is, and I love this one, let me see if I can show you. Procurement officers are tasked with buying goods they don't use with money they don't own. Amazing, no? Procurement officers are tasked with buying goods they don't use with money they don't own. What are the incentives? What are the incentives? In the previous session, they talked about salaries. Of course, we all want to have a good salary. What else? Reputation? Recognition? No? What else we can offer them? Because they don't have it's something that they are not going to use with money they don't own. In the training that I usually do, I always tell them, you are not, with your own money, you are going to buy the best value for money, of course. With your own money, you are going to trying to buy the best relation of quality and cost. Why don't you do the same with the public money? Because of this. And the last one is about waste. And I want to talk about waste a little bit because I think in the previous session they talked about waste. Mr. Jonathan, you talk about waste. What is waste? Waste is when you make a decision, a suboptimal decision with public money. Waste is when you make a suboptimal decision with public money. Active waste, meaning corruption, in which that decision gives you some retribution. Passive waste is when that decision doesn't give you anything at all. And Andrei talked about the example that when you buy something based on all the rules, something that you didn't need, that's waste, of course. What kind of waste? Passive waste, not active waste. In Italy, they run this exercise and they found out that excessive procurement praise paid by Italian public bodies for extraordinary goods are due to passive waste rather than to active waste. For a long time, we have paid attention to corruption. Of course, there is corruption, but that's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is bad decisions. It's bad decisions. So if I were a public officer from the Ministry of Finance, I will care a lot about passive waste. How is the money being spent? So, I just want to end with two messages. The first, of course, a complex system requires a tailored evaluation methodology. The math methodology understands that developing the regulatory framework, Pillar 1, the new act, is necessary but not sufficient to ensure the achievement of value for money. But I want to end with this. Maurisa, in the last session, she asked, to end the session, she asked, what will you focus on? And I'm going to answer. She didn't ask me, but I'm going to answer, of course. I will focus on everything. I will focus on everything. Because if you focus only in one thing, you are going to be good in that thing and not in the procurement system that you need to be. So remember, the performance is only as strong as the weakest component. That's my message. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ortiz. I will ask you to stay.
To sit?
Right there.
To stay?
Yes, just in case we have any questions. I haven't gotten any questions online, but do we have any questions from the audience? To Mr. Ortiz or Mr. Groot, who's still online? Can I please have some assistance with the mic on that side? Thank you, Aleem.
Thanks. The question is really a subtlety and just to provoke the discussion. And it is, where would you position making the wrong decision as it relates to procurement in terms of selecting the procurement person? Is it passive waste or is it active waste?
I will say both.
That's what I thought.
I will say both. But for a long time, we have focused on active waste because it goes to the news. Passive waste, it doesn't go to the news. It's not a scandal. But in Italy, it's the only country that I know has measured this. In Italy, the passive waste was 32% of procurement expenditure, and active waste was 8%. So it was 4 times bigger than corruption. Passive waste was 4 times bigger than corruption. And if that happens in Italy, with all that institutions that they have, for sure you know that they have CONSIP is like the top institution in the world, public institution in the world. They have the procurement lab, they have everything, and they have passive waste that size. Imagine what happens in our countries. Andre, please. Don't be too hard with me.
No, great presentation, Carlos. Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much. One of the things you said that's been sort of turning in my mind, you said that there needs to be a focus on needs fulfillment rather than product definition. And I think it's an excellent point. I guess the question is, in decentralized systems, which is what we are sort of accustomed to now in the Caribbean, who defines those needs? Who should define those needs? I find in Jamaica, for example, that the needs that are defined in one entity are different from the other entity, and you wonder if it's the same government, you know. So who should define them?
Thank you. We didn't talk before. He asked me from. So in the 1990s, there was a Peter Hersham. I don't know if you have heard from him. Peter Hersham was a consultant hired by the UK government that made the first procurement status for the UK in the 1990s. And he was the first director of the Office of Government Commerce, the OGC, that it doesn't exist anymore. But he said the central procurement body should think about how to procure things. And each entity should think about what to procure. So you have to split 2 decisions, how and what. In the center, you need rules for how. In the public entities, and what's the reason for that? Because they are closer to the user. At the end, who is going to decide what they need is the user. And I'm not, but as a public procurement officer, we are not expert either in the demand or the supply side of the chain. We are expert in connecting the supply with the demand. And we usually, in our countries, we have like something like a market study. No? Previous, in the planning of the contract, we do a market study. Do we have a demand study? Do we ask people what they need? Do we ask people what is the situation we have to solve? We have to solve? No. So we are being more focused on the supply side of the chain than in the demand side of the chain. So at the end, who decides what is needed is the user. And the user is the citizen in many cases. And then we ask why they are not using what we provide. I have one example. Sorry, because it's a long answer for this, but in Colombia, we pay for school meals. So if the supplier delivers school meals, we pay each time we get the school meals. In the UK, they pay every time a student eats the school meal. And that's a big difference there. In Colombia, when the student gets the school meal, it takes the meal, and many times he doesn't eat the meal because he doesn't like the meal. So where we define the need is defined by the user, not by the public officer. Okay, I don't know, sorry if it took so long.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that's a very good presentation.
Thank you.
The point about the needs assessment is critical because what has benighted our projects in this country is the fact that we never did needs assessments. So we have not even embarked on a study of it. It's the first stage of the procurement cycle, so I'm really excited to hear you mention it. We also have that interesting example you gave about the school meals between who is the user? Is the user the ministry buying the meals, or is the user the kid eating the meals? We have to have an honest discussion about who the user is. Now that we have the new system in place with colleagues who are here working on it, we have a needs assessment embedded within the existing lawful framework we're working within. We need to pull out those pieces of information to learn from the mistakes. And I would like you to give us some examples about how we could learn, because Andre talks about data points in Jamaica, the thousands and thousands of data points. We are going to get buried in information, and we have to get above and in control of that with a proper series of databases that are searchable, that we can all look at and see what is the school meal question, or the bridge question, or the cost of a highway. We need to get above that and get in control of the information and get in control of the future of the country. So I'm asking this colleague whether you could assist us with how do we get past all of these data points to get in a usable database so we could all search and learn from.
Sure. My advice related to assessment is to prioritize assessment in social programs. I said we need to develop all components, of course, of the system. But when you go to assessment, prioritize assessment in social programs. Why? Because it is our weakest expenditure. We are not providing public value in social programs. So what does that mean? Track the money that is spent in social programs. No? And go to the final user and ask them what they need and see if what are we buying is what they need. And go and check if the money that we see that we are spending in procurement is the money that is in relation to the goals of the program. Because as we found out in Colombia, that is not happening. And at the end, out of $100 that we spend in that social program that I told you, only $40 went to the citizens. Only $40 out of 100. And we spent everything. We spent all the whole $100. So we are not bad spending money. We are bad getting results. Yeah. So that will be my advice. I don't know if I answered the question.
Okay. Do we have any more
I can answer questions outside as well. Thank you. More questions?
Yes. Thank you very much for your presentation. I find it to be very invaluable. And my question has to do with something that Mr. Mariano Brown said with respect to capacity development. And he was making the point that we shouldn't isolate capacity development to just procurement officers, but it should be organizational development. In my experience, I have found that boards of directors, for example, who manage organizations are very distant, if not isolated from understanding what procurement is. And in my experience, I find that there is a wide gap between those persons at the executive level as far as what procurement is supposed to do in organizations. They seem either not to be interested or they do not know what is the value of procurement. So I am asking the question basically whether or not in your quadrant, that the presentation that you gave just now talk about rules, organizations, technology, and people. I am wondering if we need to focus more attention on the development of people within organizations, particularly those people who are responsible for managing and governing organizations. They seem not to have any buy-in. We don't have any buy-in from the people on top. It's really a struggle for procurement officers dealing with people at the top echelon. They seem to just be providing and making it very difficult for procurement officers to do their duties. So I would like to hear what is your view on how we develop people more in functioning within that quadrant that you have just explained in your presentation.
I think we should focus on develop people capacities at the same level as all the other components. So, and at that point, we will need to work all the components at the same time. So not only focus on rules, but also to develop and deploy technological solutions. Not only focus on technological solutions, but also in training and skills for people. Not only in training and skills, but also in capacity for organizations, as Mariano said before. And what does it mean? Because organizations are more than people. The organizations are architecture, people, procedures, and culture. And culture. So the culture is not in the people. The culture is in the organizations. And Ms. Khan say in the pre-meeting that we had, she said that you are having growing pains. You say, I think that's great news. That means that you are growing. That means that you're growing. Now, what you know is that to take attention of those growing pains, you need to develop all at the same time. Everything at the same time. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ortiz. Mr. Groot, are you still with us?
I am.
All righty. Does anybody have questions for Mr. Groot? Okay, Mr. Groot, your presentation was extremely clear. So we thank you so much for being with us.
To receive us today and our great panelists in this session. We're trying to keep it short and sweet so you don't be tired, so tired. This afternoon, we were talking during the morning in the session that we have discussed many topics regarding the government and how to improve the public procurement system, okay? And during the session in the morning and then with Carlos and Jeb, they have talked about modernization, professionalization of teams and training and capacity building, define clear goals, generate and use data about transparency and efficiency, cultural change, digitalization, confidence and trust, commitments, but now is the time to talk about private sector. We were focusing on the public sector this morning, and now it's the time to focus on private sector. And for that reason, we need clear rules, free competition in this complex system. So this session is called Promoting and Shared Responsibility Among the Private Sector for a More Inclusive and Accountable Procurement Policy. As you know, Procurement is an essential way to provide services to citizens, as we discussed this morning, clean water, energy, and transport. When competition is undermined, it raises prices and reduces the quality of the end of product, and we have passive waste. During this session, we will focus on the role of suppliers and contractors playing in promoting principles of governance, local content development, suppliers' roles in achieving value for money, and partnership between private sector and public sector. At the end of this session, we will take some questions depending on the time that we have of the speaker. Each panelist will respond 2 questions. I will start with Mrs. Kiram. Thank you so much. I would like to ask you, what are the main benefits of procurement for the private sector and the overall business environment here in Trinidad and Tobago?
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the OPR and CAF for having me here and allowing the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Commerce the opportunity. So I think the first response is that it creates a level playing field, right? You're going to have opportunities that are shared. It's no longer just 1 or 2 people, right? So you're going to create that level playing field. Maybe if we had procurement for this panel, there'd be more women on the panel.
That's right.
So that's the first big thing, but also allows for transparency. And I think to me, there are two things that really should be mentioned. One is that it can help the development of the SMEs, so long as the framework with which the implementation has to be done is proper. But I can see benefit to the SMEs inside of here. It will also allow for standardization and regulatory compliance. So to me, those are the key benefits.
Okay, thank you so much. And regarding, Mrs. Glenn, regarding the construction, you told me today that 70% of the challenges in procurement are related to construction services.
Yeah, okay, so
for you, in this construction sector, that we already talked, that is quite important in this country, particularly in roads, infrastructure, and building projects, how can the industry promote practices that balance compliances with efficiency and agility?
Okay, so I'd like to thank the OPR and CAF for inviting the Contractors Association. Okay, so the procurement legislation was fully proclaimed in April 2023. The fiscal year for government spending really starts from 1st October and goes to end of September this year. So really the construction sector contractors would have really have already indicated 16 months. We really have 12 months, the first 12 months of this fiscal year in terms of government spending and procurement related to construction. So one of the benefits that would have come out of the procurement legislation is the procurement plan, where contractors would have access the procurement plans of different state agencies, WASA, name them. And there are some state agencies with excellent procurement plan, and then there's some state agencies with not so good. I think they need to be improved. So that would be definitely one aspect that would have benefited the contractors and the construction sector in terms of knowing, okay, have an idea what projects would be in the pipeline or what projects is expected to come out for tendering. Prior to that, you really had to listen to the budget, watch the PSIP, go through one big tick document that was very confusing. So definitely is the procurement plan. And also, since the proclamation, we have seen a lot more invitations to tender, advertised on the newspapers, as well as through in selective process through invitations. So yes, definitely the industry has seen significant steps in terms of opportunities for participating.
Great. So you receive more invitation and more communications
yes.
regarding the possibilities of
opportunities.
bids.
Yeah, opportunities.
Opportunities.
Yeah.
That's great. So moving forward with Stuart Frank, thanks for coming here. You represent AmCham. So from AmCham's perspective, how do you promote good governance practices among the company's member of the AmCham to meet high standards of integrity and accountability.
Afternoon all. Thank you all very much for having me. I think the steps of OPR have been great. And for us at AmCham, it starts from our formation, right? So we're approximately 30 years old this year. We are by members for members. So we're a membership-based organization. And from the word go, we instituted high governance practices for the selection or approval of members as they start. So we have a committee that's called TAG, and they focus on the transparency, accountability, and governance process for the approval of members coming in. So that's one of the first steps that we will take in bringing in the members. So it starts there. Once the members are in, we then spread across multiple committees, and all those committees are formed, run, chaired, and participated in by the membership, right? So a big one for us is HSE, Health, Safety, and Environment. We've been running one of the largest conferences. We are on our 28th year this year for that annual conference. And we felt that it wasn't focusing enough on the governance side. So about 2 years ago, we introduced the ESG conference, which has a little bit more focus on the G portion. Those events that we host and have are all geared towards exactly this, building on that and ensuring that everyone with us participating, members, are all guided by, right? We've now gone through a process where we said, how could we stand and talk about governance and ask people to have proper ethics, code of ethics, but yet we are not doing touch points. So what we did last year, we went out to tender, and we awarded a tender to PricewaterhouseCoopers, and we passed through an entire governance review of AmCham TNT, and we're now in the phase or final phase of starting to roll out or implement recommendations from PwC and their governance review. So that's a big step for us, and then coming out of that, one of the next steps we plan to have is sessions with membership to explain to them things that we did, things that maybe we didn't realize were critical or important or we needed to have in place to help uplift them, what they're doing, and what steps they have in place to ensure their proper governance. So that's TAG, HSE, ESG, and then we had the governance review, and then coming out of the governance review, one of the things we've also instituted is TORs, terms of reference. So all of the committees are now going through that process of implementing terms of reference, guidelines, ethics guidelines, governance guidelines to make sure we're following and doing the best that we can do in the space and setting the example via the people that are participating with us, which is all members.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we move forward with Mr. Fasir Khan. Fasir, you represent the Joint Consultative Council for the Construction Industry. So from the GCC, you collaborate a lot with the Office of Procurement, with the OPR. How can this joint collaboration between the GCC and the OPR to implement measures that improve transparency and efficiency in the public procurement processes within the construction industry?
Thanks for that, Pablo. Good afternoon, everybody. And thanks to the OPR for having the JCC represented here, and also thanks to CAF. The JCC is an umbrella organization that represents the interests of the professions within the construction industry. And in particular, we're talking about all the planners, the architects, engineers, and contractors. So Glenn falls under us. When we lobby in the public space, it's better than we do so as a joint voice. Now, the JCC also chairs a civil society group that includes other civil society bodies like AmCham, etc. And we have found that to be very useful when we were lobbying to actually have this legislation proclaimed through various stages. The JCC, in all its previous members and presidents, we have a lot of skin in this game called procurement, because we have been very interested from the outset of this level playing field that Kiran spoke about. And now, since the operationalization of the legislation last year, I think we gone 16 months, 18 months, something like that, we have been in full observation mode, and when necessary, we would say what we have to say directly to the OPR's office, because they have kindly allowed us that contact. And being a civil society body, we are not in the law except as another citizen. Our members may be directly affected, and our members would have already brought some challenges. I believe, based on the numbering system from the OPR, they may have 20-something challenges already made. And I suspect about half of those would have come, at least half of those would have come from the construction industry. So our members would do that work in terms of making challenges that are obviously going to be valuable in terms of what lessons we can learn going forward. And we have also embraced the aspects of the legislation that allows us to make complaints. And complaints may be about seemingly innocuous things that could become very important. For example, like some state agencies not complying with the law to, say, publish their contracts. And now, we understand that this is a very important job. We can be called we are additional watchdogs in the OPR's yard or on the outside of the fence. But in situations like this, especially where we're dealing with a big change in the country, the capacity, we clearly understand that the capacity of the OPR to pick up on every little thing that may be wrong is going to be challenged. So all civil society bodies that can help provide that watchdog function would be very important, and we want to continue our involvement in this change process by continuing to impact directly and indirectly where we see the need.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Now we move to Mexico. I don't know if you know that Tony Herrera, he came from Mexico. Welcome.
Thank you.
Tony works in the Open Contractor Partnership. Maybe, Tony, you can explain a little bit what is the OCP before you start, and then explain us how can it be used to foster collaboration between the public and private sectors to maximize the effectiveness of public procurement, and how the open contracting can help us in this matter.
Thank you, Pablo, for this question. I would like to start by explaining what is Open Contracting Partnership. So basically, we are a non-profit organization that works globally in more than 50 governments. And we have our strategy is based on two main pillars. So the first one is related to opening up procurement data. All of that is related to transparency and open data, etc. And the other pillar is related to fostering a strong collaboration between the government and all other stakeholders that are around public procurement, the private sector, civil society, among others. So I would like to explain more deeply these two pillars. So for the first pillar, the open data one, we aim for countries to disclose their procurement data in an accessible, high-quality open data in a timely manner to answer, at the minimum, the questions about who received public funds, how much they receive, for what, and how these resources are spent. And to answer these questions, we have one of our main products, the Open Contracting Data Standard, or OCDS, that is the leading international standard for disclosing procurement data. It's currently implemented by more than 65 governments around the world. And in Latin America, it is implemented by 18 countries. Just in this region, in Latin America, OCP has helped to open up more than $100 billion and help countries to improve their competitive and integrity conditions into the procurement systems. And I would like to talk about two examples of this. But first, I would like to talk about the second pillar that I mentioned before. So you remember I was talking about open data and fostering collaboration. So this second pillar is related to collaboration because we understood that the transparency wasn't enough. So you could have all the information available all over the internet, but if no one is using it, and if you do not have communication with the stakeholders, the things will be the same. So we believe that there is very important that the governments open its information, but also that they hear all of the actors that are around public procurement, so they could take action for the main problems that could be detected. And one example of this is a project that we led in Chile. So Chile, as you may know, is one of the leaders in the region when talking about disclosing procurement data and even with public procurement systems. So they historically have had high quality data, but the things were not the same when talking about infrastructure data. So there were a partnership between the government, the private sector, and the civil society with the Ministry of Public Works, the Chamber of Construction, and a CSO called Observatorio del Gasto Fiscal. And with us, we built a digital tool to collect all the information, all the data that was scattered in the internet and presented into a unique portal. So with this information centralized, the civil society, the private sector have the opportunity to understand how the public infrastructure is carried out in the country. And another example that I would like to talk about is one of my country, of Mexico. So some years ago in Nuevo León, that is an state of Mexico. So as you may know, Mexico is a federal country like the US. So this means that each state has their own procurement rules, their own procurement system. So as you could imagine, it is very difficult for companies to understand whether there is a good opportunity to do business with the state in one province or in another. So the government of Nuevo León understood this situation, and they create an initiative along with the private sector, the civil society, and other public institutions, even with the academia. And they, at the beginning, tried to understand which was the most relevant information that they needed to collect in order to improve the collaboration and the participation of companies and the participation of civil society into the procurement. So they gathered all this information, and they built a system that is called Open Infrastructure. They use the Open Contracting Data Standard and a specific standard that we have for infrastructure projects. And just 1 or 2 years after the implementation of this portal, we documented that the
Oh, yeah,
levels of
that was a long time in the
competition
3 months old,
increased
when she was in the church.
significantly. For example, the average number of
One
bids
thing I didn't
received
reach
per
to about it,
procurement process
didn't make
increased by more than 25%.
I read them something
So
about
with
stream, but
these
then she started and
two
all kind of things.
examples,
I
you can see that
remember
always more openness from the government sector and the collaboration with these partners will always improve the competitive conditions and ultimately will reduce the cost for the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Related to that and what Fasir was talking about being a watchdog on how the procurement system works, I would like to ask Pascal, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
What is the role can suppliers and contractors play in promoting principle of good governance and transparency? That is one of the main issues that we were talking about in the public procurement system.
Okay, first of all, let me thank the OPR and CAF, Development Bank, for having me here today. That's an interesting question, because what I have noticed working with both the government, private sector, and particularly public bodies, is there is still an information gap by the private sector. A lot of the suppliers, in terms of their new role, the powers that have been given to them to question public bodies on their procurement decisions. And if we may take, for example, the information given by the regulator this morning, we have about 16 procurement challenges, I believe, on record. But there are about 60 whistleblower complaints. So there is great apprehension in terms of how to approach public bodies or the OPR when there's dissatisfaction. So to get good governance, the private sector bodies, both the large companies and the small and medium enterprises, they need to understand, they need to know the laws, they need to know the regulations, they need to know what has been put there primarily to aid transparency and a level playing field. And I'm afraid what I've seen, a lot of them don't have that information. Now, there are some sectors of the private sector that are very attuned in what is happening, but that's in the large construction type, bid processes. They have attorneys, they have outside resources that they depend on to advise them. But a lot of small companies, for instance, we heard public bodies, for instance, not publishing their list of planned procurement activities. We also have simple things like public bodies still charge whatever they feel they should charge for a bid process, where the regulation says your cost in that process should only be the cost of printing. I think, Mr. Raymond, that was one of your suggestions in the development of the regulations. I remember that coming from Mr. Raymond. There are public bodies still charging whatever they feel. And we got to be careful. I know there's a long way to go. But I think that is the main area that the private sector could assist in getting that transparency. They must be aware of the laws and the regulation which they can make their claims. And we still have a long way to go in bringing them up to speed on that.
Thank you. So one issue that maybe arises all the time is the capacity building, not only in the government, but also the need to strengthen capacities inside small and medium companies. Because as you said before, like big companies, large companies, they have lawyers, people specialized in doing bids, and looking for opportunities on websites, on public bodies, but small and medium companies, maybe they don't have the resources or the people to do so. So there is a capacity building issue in all the ecosystem. And also from the civil society, as Carlos was talking before, to request information, to demand to public bodies to show the information, to show how the government use the money of all of us. So moving forward again with our lady here, we talked before that we need more women in the panel. So for next sessions, we will try to do so. So, Mrs. Kiran, how has the business sector responded to the procurement practices so far in these 16, 18 months of the new law?
So I'm happy you asked that. So the TNT Chamber, you know, we are the country's oldest business organization. So 145 years old, representing 15 economic sectors. And when procurement came up just over a year ago, we did a session at the chamber. It was oversubscribed. I don't need to tell you all. Everybody wanted to understand and everybody wanted to talk about the issues they were having. And we've been working with members via our Trade and Business Development Unit to try to walk them through the process. So I know that our team has been speaking a lot with OPR, but we did a survey. I wanted to come here prepared with some data to give everyone an understanding of where we are at. So we did it's a dipstick because we asked the members who were at that session, and we got 25 responses of the 100 companies, but it's interesting. So let me tell you a little bit about what the feedback was. You talked about capacity building. That was number one. The number one concern, and what they expressed was that there was an additional need for training to understand the Act better and the depository process better. And Ms. Khan, I will share this with you and your team because I think the findings will be helpful to you. But they talked about workshops, online courses. They said we don't have to come in person all of the time. Seminars, somebody even said, could there not be a help desk? Because sometimes they call the number and they don't get through. Better customer support, because they're not only having difficulty getting assistance via phone or email, but they did say, we did have information coming back that said sometimes they get different answers. So I don't know where that came from, but I feel that that needs to be looked at a little more deeply. Efficiency of the OPR depository process. Respondents highlighted the cumbersome nature of the process still. They said they need to resubmit along lines of business. You know, so if you're one business, but you're doing 3 or 4 different things, you're offering different services, you can't input all of them. And the way they had to update their documents, they found that was cumbersome. So there was suggestions made that they said, you know, there should be streamlining the process to minimize the frequency of resubmissions and so enhance efficiency. In terms of usability and understanding, some respondents expressed confusion still about navigating and using the system effectively, but I think capacity building would help that. And there were calls for clearer guidelines and better explanations of the steps involved. I know that the OPR has videos up and all of that, and you all have gone, you know, a great deal, but at the end of the day, we're all human beings, and I think they like to interact with human beings. I don't think you could get away from that, especially for the small businesses. Okay, they don't have the time and they don't have the staff and the people to walk them through the system. Another common concern was the long time required for government entities to review and approve submissions. We had 2 respondents of that group of 25 who said it's been over a year. And respondents suggested approving items in blocks rather than line-by-line basis to help speed up the process. And then the impact on participation and visibility. They said that there was positive impact. They felt a little more comfortable with OPR. They did say that there was increased access, but they did feel that visibility could be improved. And there were concerns raised about transparency and openness of the bidding process. Some vendors still receiving quotes through direct calls rather than official OPR channels. But I think that that is part of the evolution of the system and the landscape. And then feedback and mechanisms, they said that a robust feedback mechanism for stakeholders to report issues and provide suggestions was necessary, but also responses too. So not just the provision of feedback, but how long do you take to get back to them? An online platform for feedback could help address concerns effectively and enhance user satisfaction. That's a suggestion that came up. And then they said that government personnel training was necessary because there was a definite lack of familiarity among government personnel with the OPR system, and they said it was negatively impacting them. That was another major concern. So training of the government employees was necessary. So those were the highlights of the survey, and I think that gives everyone in the room and online a very clear understanding as to what needs to be done.
That's a rough landscape that we have now, you know?
Well, we're having this discussion for a reason, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And from the Chamber's perspective, we're advocating 630 members. We have to advocate, but I think that we're off to a good start because we've brought everybody together in this room, and hats off to OPR and CAF for that. So I am hoping that out of these discussions, we will see the change because we can do it. We're all here.
Well, so far, we have been working with the OPR in this capacity building program to do the certification with some of 100 or 150 public officials working on procurement, so they can certify in an international level. And also we are working with Carlos and the OPR and at CAF in a training courses, online courses. So what I will say is that systems are made by human, and they are not perfect. And it takes a long time to have a perfect system. For example, for instance, at CAF, we use SAP for all the vendors and all the contracting, and it's a mess. And all the vendors are always texting me, how can I do this? How can I upload my CV? How can I set, but it's tough, it's difficult. But it's always like evolving, improving, till you have the point that the system works perfectly. It takes a long time to get there. For me, the systems are not perfect, never, but I will stay with the capacity building. That's the most important thing. As Carlos said before, the 4 pillars that you have to invest from our side, from CAF, the capacity building is the most important, and we can help you with that. Thank you so much. You should give the Mrs. Khan the survey after this. So let's move forward with Glenn. Glenn, what's the role that the Contractor Association play in promoting fairer and more transparent procurement policies? Give me some examples on how, from the Contractor Association, you can promote transparency, fairness in the procurement system.
Well, okay, so if we take it back, and the Contractors Association has been part of the JCC, was involved back in 2005 from the white paper on procurement, which Jaffer Raymond and a whole set of past presidents would have been involved in. So the association would have been actively involved with all the other members who would have lobbied and lobbied as well as advocated for procurement legislation. So definitely the procurement legislation has been accepted, and we have had several seminars and have always been in contact with the Procurement Regulation Office in terms of, for example, I know Mr. Marcel did spoke about cost of tender documents. In fact, several times we have seen state enterprise charge for tender documents, and we had myself would make a copy of it and send it to the procurement regulator, and then the state enterprise would cancel the notice and send out another notice. So we have we would have definitely supported the need for procurement legislation and local content involvement. There's one area that I think still needs some resolution on, and it's really related to the larger projects, where the local contractors and the local industry need to have a preferential position or preferential mark, especially when it comes to foreign contractors tendering for large projects. Example, Chinese companies, and we recently had wrote one of the state enterprise where 4 companies would have tendered for a significant project. And just to give some context, one bid was, can't recall the exact numbers, but it was like one bid was 78 million, and the lowest was 78, the Chinese, and then the highest was about 85 million. And the 3 higher bids was local contractors. So you're talking about a difference of $3 or $4 million difference. And we did a communication to the state enterprise saying, okay, yes, you're higher, but you should give the local industry the opportunity as opposed to the foreign contractor, because it's development of the local industry spin-off in terms of work and capacity building. So I think I don't think there's a specific requirement in the legislation, but I think that needs to be developed to give the local industry an advantage, especially on the large projects.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Moving to Stuart again, and you just mentioned the foreign companies and the Chinese company. The next question makes sense to Stuart. Were the most significant challenges for foreign companies face in adapting to the requirements of the new local procurement law, and what are the strategies that they can adopt to overcome these challenges while maintaining competitiveness?
Okay, I will start with, and this is from recollection, my dates may not be accurate. I believe the system was put into place in March or April of last year. This is something that I think every single one of us up here in our capacities would have been part of lobbying for, supported, and wanted to come into place. I think that's starting us off on a very good point. If we're all supportive of it and we're doing it together, then we all need to understand there will be teething issues, there will be problems, and it's how we work together to solve those problems that's going to separate us, sheep and goat, and make it work better in the future, right? So with time, we will go through. I also want to say that all our interactions as AmCham with our members, it started off quite rough, to be honest. In March, April, May, June, we made a decision to reach out to OPR and seek their assistance via a session. We hosted that session in August, and I want to say it out loud, everybody that was on that call that participated from the OPR, all the way up to Mrs. Khan, were very professional, very organized, very responsive, and very open to say, hey, look, we know they have some issues that we need to work on. And I think that's huge. That level of transparency through that process it meant everything to us. We actually did a media release last year, August, sharing or spreading the good word of what a great experience it was. And I think that needs to continue. As time goes by, we're going to continue to face problems and challenges. And so far, what we have seen, and I hope all of you all will support, is the OPR is ready and willing to have that conversation and react, which is good. The one problem that I think continues to persist, that's really difficult, that I think the foreign entities as well as the local entities, to be frank, are facing, is the number of categories, subcategories, and category of a category that exists. So you find yourself in a situation where you register your organization, great, you're in the system, but that doesn't mean anything, because you then have to be approved by an entity for a category. So you have to then apply for that category and hope that someone sees that you've applied for that category and approves you. So I'm going to give an example. Forgive me, but I have 2 capacities. One is AmCham, but I'm also the CEO of Trinidad Systems Limited. I'm giving this as a real example of we do structured cabling. It's one of the things that we do that we're quite good at and very proud of. Structured cabling could fall under electrical, it could fall under networking, it could fall under computers, it could fall under 4 or 5 different categories. So if I've registered for it in one category, but the government body putting out the tender via another category, then they don't see me, they don't know me, I don't exist, and therefore I don't get invited to participate. So one of the big things we find ourselves having to do is basically seek guidance from the government entities that are about to tender on when you do tender, how are you going to tender? What category are you going to use? What category do I need to be approved in? And I think that is proven to be a challenge for everybody on both sides, including the government. Because when the government is putting out a tender, for it to be as beneficial as possible, the more entrants leads to honest bids. It leads to fair prices. It leads to everything beneficial comes out of competition, right? So that's what both parties should want and should strive towards. So for me, for representing AmCham and our membership, a simplification of the categorization of the different areas that you could be invited to is critical for the success of the system going forward, right? And if that can happen, it's better for me to be invited and say to you, this is not something I'm capable of doing, submit a no bid, don't participate. But if it is something I can do, I will have a better shot at doing it. So widen the net of the amount of people you can capture to bid. That's for me, one of the critical things. And then a little bit of a joke, but very genuine, foreign entities that want to enter and they're facing difficulty, they could always partner with a local organization, right? That's what we want. We want to promote trade and investment. They can happily reach out to AmCham. We'll be more than happy to do some matchmaking for them, introduce them to local companies that we feel will be a good fit, and that local company could maybe enter the bid in partnership with them. That would be my answer to them if they're open and willing to that.
That will answer to Glenn's concern about prioritizing foreigner
Partner
companies.
with local organizations. Give us an opportunity to participate in it.
Not the Chinese.
Well, that's good. That's good. That's good. Let's go again with Fasir. So we were talking that construction is one of the most important sectors, as we say. Given that the construction industry is a key sector in public procurement, we talk about the 70% of challenges. What a specific role can the Joint Consulting Council play in promoting procurement practices that balance the need for regulatory compliance with the agility and efficiency of the construction projects? That's a tough question, or a long one, at least.
Well, I'm actually wondering whether I could try to frame my answer with a reframing of that question. Because, look, for too long, as a country and as an industry, we have been operating in an environment without this law. And there's a reason why we have the law now, and we're here today. So there is no need for an incentive for private companies to want to get government contracts. That is the incentive in itself. And what the legislation has done, it allows or facilitates a level playing field. But one of the key factors in that is the fact that the OPR is an independent body. And the construction industry is a fairly mature industry, as people around have already testified. So you'll find that there are the private construction companies and consultants and planners have a lot of experience and knowledge in the industry and with the tendering processes, etc. And in fact, a lot of Trinidadian companies would have had such competencies that they could perform well in the regional work. And invariably, those projects are funded, CDB, World Bank, etc., which already has a very transparent procurement process. So by participating in the external environment from Trinidad, you would find that this is why some of the companies would be better at understanding the needs and requirements of legislation like this. So my point is that the fact that we now have the law is everything. The fact that the OPR is independent, and this could be verified by how quickly we are seeing people challenging the process or making complaints. Now, I wasn't aware that there were so many, not complaints, but whistleblowers. Yeah. I'm not really surprised because the way we operated pre this legislation, people were not comfortable to do anything like that. Or the players, our members were not comfortable challenging anything because there was no independent body. So you have a procuring entity may put out something at $200, $300 million. And if we believe that there is something not right about the process, it was always very difficult to prosecute that. And it's time consuming and costs a lot of money. So for instance, if in design build projects, contractors could spend $100,000 to put together a tender. And if we realize that something is wrong with that tender, now we could go to the OPR and we can make a complaint and file a challenge. And we are 100% certain now with the transparent and a law that it will be addressed. We will actually receive correspondence accepting the challenge and so forth, you know. So now if the procuring entities are for, let's say, reasons of inefficiency or lack of knowledge, made a mistake in the process, even that is not acceptable to us going forward. But we did not have a chance to deal with that before. Now we have a chance to deal with it, and hopefully the money and the time that it costs for our members in the construction industry to put together bids only to find them fall by the wayside for some technical reason or other reason, malfeasance, we have a great expectation that the process through the OPR will now allow all of us to learn a lot of lessons and the procuring entities to learn a lot of lessons. But I am hopeful. I am hopeful because the OPR is paid for by the public purse as well. We have all lobbied very hard to have them in place, and we are here to support everything in the legislation. I do hope that from a policy side, where we have very large public entities with lawyers, etc., having the capacity to fight things in terms of challenges, that they do so fairly, and that the government, however, should look at their own policy in terms of instructing these public entities where they should be spending their time instead of answering questions, sending back lawyer letters and that sort of thing. Because we spend a lot of time in this country paying lawyers to deal with matters that could be dealt with through other processes, which is a waste of time. So I do hope that we could learn some lessons. I know it will take time, and we at the JCC understand. We have been on record of saying that we think there'll be about 5 years before you actually start to feel and see tangible benefit from the operationalization of the legislation. So thank you.
So what you are saying is that it's a cultural change, and that will take time. As we say in the session in the morning, you were the legislation is new, and before that legislation, there was nothing. So it takes time to all the stakeholders to understand how it works, and also to understand that the culture change. For instance, like the whistleblowers. So based on that, maybe Antonio can tell us some lesson learned from Latin America, which several countries in Latin America had advanced in an agenda to include traditional excluded suppliers in public procurement. What have been the main obstacles identified in incorporating these sectors, and what can be done to overcome them?
Thank you, Pablo. Well, to answer this question, as we have seen that countries are advancing in the inclusion agenda, and by this I mean strategies that the governments take to, for example, include certain sectors, certain economic sector. It could be, for example, SMEs, it could be women-owned or women-led businesses, indigenous businesses. We have been documented all of these initiatives, and we have realized that in addition to the obvious benefit of fostering inclusion in procurement, there could be certain conditions that can limit the impact of those initiatives. So for example, there was this case in Kenya where the government promoted a very strong initiative for fostering inclusion specifically to women-led businesses. And there is a study that documented that the result of this was the bankruptcy of almost all the companies. And maybe you can imagine what was the main cause of this. Anyone can say anything about it? It was the late payments by the government.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So, and this is a very usual problem between our countries. And also, when inclusion strategies are not designed in a comprehensive manner, they could maintain entry barriers that prevent the participation of these economic sectors. These entry barriers could be excessive or disproportionate requirements for this type of companies that maybe make sense when we are talking about huge contracts, but when there is a public policy to promote the inclusion of these micro businesses, maybe it is overwhelmed for these companies. So I would like to talk about a strategy that we are following in Colombia in partnership with the Innovation Fund of MasterCard to provide financial services for this type of companies, specifically to small companies. And this initiative is called Credere. This initiative, in a very simple way, allows businesses to access very specific financial services to fulfill their contracts once they get awarded by a public contract. And it works in just 5 simple steps. So the first one, we identify whether there is a new contract that is awarded to an SME, and we contact this company to present the financial opportunities they could have if they need. And if the company is interested, they enter to Credere. They select the credit option that best fits. Could be its size, it could be the amount of the contract, or the very specific financial needs. And they upload then additional information, maybe financial statements. And we collect all this information, And we send this information to the participating banks in the initiatives, along with the procurement history of the company. So finally, the banks review this information, take a decision, and inform it through Credere. And with this, we enable SMEs to access financial services to fulfill their contracts, while the banks, the financial institutions, can access to a new market of solvent SMEs and developed new financial products. But there could be another strategies to prevent the problems that I mentioned before. For example, I could say that in Mexico City, we have been working with the government of Mexico City to develop an initiative that is called Mi Tiendita Virtual. It's in Spanish, but it means my little virtual marketplace. So in this EGP module, they try to promote inclusion of priority economic sectors, but they built this EGP module, but it isn't enough. So they, by the government side, as part of this initiative, reduce the entry barriers that these type of companies have when they approach to public procurement. So for example, they eliminate the requirement for companies to issue a performance bond, that for these type of companies, it could be hard to obtain. And also, the Mexico City, like many governments around the world, have the same problem of late payments. And to address this problem, well, it is very usual that the payment stage is not connected with the procurement body. So it cannot be addressed by the procurement body. But knowing this, the procurement body of Mexico City create a specific regulation to promote the issuing an advance payment for vendors when they got the contract. So the effects of all of these late payments could be reduced. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. The last question to Pascal. In this morning, we were talking about value for money, and Carlos explained a little bit of it, but what is meant by value for money in procurement, and how do suppliers and contractors assist public bodies in achieving value for money?
Value for money and the definitions of value for money keep changing. It's a work in progress. I see value for money as achieving the desired outcome at the most economically sustainable and viable price. But at the end of the day, we have to think of value for money for the end user. In public procurement, the end user is the citizen. So to me, value for money must have an impact on the citizen. So in that aspect, value for money would reflect, to me, and that is just my interpretation, what an informed citizen would consider as a fair price on a project, on a public project. So we must not leave the end user, the citizen, out of when we are looking at value for money. Because we hear it, persons say, but that bridge cost 10 times the amount that they paid last year. So the citizens are also evaluating how public money is spent and whether we're getting value for money. But so I think we have to consider that when we're looking at value for money. Now, value for money has always been affected by corruption. And I want to take something from Carlos this morning when he spoke about passive waste and active waste. Many times we engage in procurement projects where we have spent the money. Andre spoke about a nice procurement process, but at the end of the day, what he achieved was unusable. So that's the element I don't think we focus a lot on. We look at the corruption element, which is the active waste. But are we really delivering the desired outcomes when we spend that money? And maybe we need a MAPS analysis to go through that element of it. But I think the answer will not surprise us. We are spending money, but are we getting the desired outcome? So basically, we're not getting value for money. And the citizenry do not perceive that in a lot of public projects, they are getting value for money. A low-cost project that doesn't achieve the desired quality and has delays is not value for money. A high-cost project, which we may want to justify on the basis of our evaluations and everything else, which does not achieve the desired objective and is useless, like Andre said, also is not giving us value for money. So, you know, it's not something easily defined, but we have to bring it to a consciousness where citizens feel that the taxpayers' money are being well spent and they're getting value for money. And I don't know, well, one way to get that is to do the analysis through something like the MAPS tracking and so forth, to get that feedback as to whether or not we are getting value for money. And contractors, suppliers have a responsibility because they are also taxpayers and they should have, you know, a concern that taxpayers' money are being spent in the proper manner. So, you know, that's my take on value for money at this point.
So, in your last sentence, you say that the contractors have a responsibility on the final outcome. Does anybody want to respond to in that way? That what can do contractors or the private sector to guarantee that the value for money is accomplished when offering some services to the public society, to the civil society? Anybody? 1 minute, and then we move forward with questions from you.
After procurement has happened and we have a contract, now the real process starts of the execution. And the executing body will have to have things in place, systems in place, in order to ensure that the specifications in the contract are delivered by the contractor at the quality and within the time. Usually, if there is an extension of time outside the contract time, then everybody starts to lose money and benefit. If there are quality issues, then the right systems have not been put in place. I'm glad that this is brought up in this forum, because right now we're getting a lot of, it appears that we are getting a lot of challenges to do with the process of actually procuring an entity. But in time to come, we will start to see challenges to do with how come this entity is still on another list to procure, and they were performing a project bad last year. Because as far as I understand it, the legislation captures that sort of information as well, and the OPR, when they pull their annual report together, I think that is one of the sub-items we will see. What is the status of the ongoing contracts? And questions will be asked then. So this is where when the data becomes available and free and useful to all. We should be able to see signs that something here may be wrong. And because right now, there are large contracts that are being let to contractors that I know would have been removed from a previous contract before the legislation. In the current scheme of things, I do think that with everybody being sensitive now to what we can query and question, and that the data is going to be supplied by the regulator in the annual report, which I think we're going to get very soon when Parliament opens and become public information. The people in the industry would be able to look at that data and have some questions to ask. And this is how we will grow in terms of the capacity to do better. And once we can do better, I think the value for money will come alongside.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to all of you for being here and for your time. I don't know if somebody has a question from... You can take a coffee first if you need, and then do a question, or somebody connected. Okay, so we have a question for Stuart. Is online. Stuart, the procurement legislation has been in effect for several months. We already said like 16, 18 months. Can you share the experience of your members and any suggestion for improvement that won't compromise the integrity of the process? You already have done.
I think that's exactly what I said earlier.
Yes. So
I think I've answered that already.
The person who asked wasn't paying attention enough. Glenn?
Right.
Okay. You want me to read? The regulation number 3 and 4 of the Public Procurement and Disposal for Public Property Participation in Procurement, Regulations 2021, addresses domestic preferences and margin of domestic preference. So this is more a clarification than a question.
But I don't think it's been implemented. I don't think it's implemented because we did, in fact, in the last 3 weeks, we did write a state enterprise on this preferential treatment, and they did indicate that it was a public open tender, and therefore anybody could respond to it. And I could always share it with the OPR, the state enterprise response.
Yes, but Glenn, what this allows for is for the procuring entity to state up front,
right,
what would be the margin, so that everyone understands that clearly, and it does not preclude
correct, it doesn't
foreign,
preclude, correct.
Right?
Yeah, so if it's 15 marks or 10, 20 marks for being a local.
Yeah, well, the formula in there and the regulations and the act spells it out. So what I'm saying is that you can still have the foreign competition, and but there is an advantage for the local, which is spelled out before, which makes everything very transparent.
Yeah.
If I'll put it to you this way, I do believe that the way this was envisaged was that if a margin is set such that maybe a local contractor still cannot outcompete a foreign contractor, there may be some room for looking inside internally. My members may not be too happy that I'm saying this, but I do believe there are instances and projects and types and natures of projects that we do require capacity that is outside of what we have, or that we may be trying to do so much in a space of time that our entire capacity will be utilized. So we must find a way to define the tender in specifications in such a way that you create room for a good local contractor to do the work or some work. And if a foreign contractor could do it better without having to join with a local contractor, then we may learn something from that. Yeah, because we will always be able to build capacity once we're in the same space.
No, but really the context is nowhere where the industry sort of has excess capacity, few contractors have work. It's really based on a circumstance now, and not like back in 2009, 2010 when the industry was booming. So based on the current circumstances, an $80 million project is a large or medium-sized company. It's straightforward. And you have these Chinese contractors still bidding for it. Would get 200 work permits, bring in the foreign Chinese workers and compete with the local industry. So it's really based, the scenario is based on where we are now. And,
so, in cases where, for example, in large contracts, or larger contracts, or larger type contracts, where...
If you can start over, Mariano.
So what's the position then in larger type contracts where the foreign contractor subcontracts the local contractors?
Well, they could
So is that not to be taken into consideration?
Yeah, that could be taken into consideration, but I don't think the industry or the economy have projects of that nature at this current time, or at least for the next couple of years. So if, say for instance, okay, for example, in Guyana, they're building the Demerara Bridge, $1.something billion. Yes, in a scenario like that, if you build something that is outside the capacity of the local industry, I guess the Chinese or foreign contractors, could be European, Americans, could partner with local companies. But based on these circumstances, no, at least for the next 12 to 24 months.
Well, your interest is construction.
Yeah.
And your interest is clearly domestic.
Domestic.
For example, we have that issue right now with regard to the energy sector. Everybody's struggling. But for example, if you take on Laurel and Manatee, or in Manatee Field, for example, you find the majority of contractors are going to be foreign contractors.
Right, but they would utilize, so like Pat Buckdermott recently got the topside or fabrication, but they would partner with companies like Tufco to do the fabrication. So really talking about the local construction sector in terms of general contracting, based on the current scenario.
Thank you.
Do we have another? If I may?
Yes.
Look, we in Trinidad and Tobago are kind of lucky, generally positioned because of our history. We have built a certain capacity and technical capacity, and we have certain size of consultants and contractors, and you are aware that we are able to work in the Eastern Caribbean and further afield freely. So we have to be careful that we don't try to sneak in too much protectionism in there, because at the end of the day, remember, the public is who will benefit or not benefit from whatever actions we take now. It may not be seen immediately. So if it is that when you go to tender a project in Antigua or Grenada, you meet up a clause like that would preclude you. You might start to look at it differently. So we have to be careful.
There is some flexibility in the legislation to facilitate the foreign supplier. For instance, if he's utilizing 65% local labor, he can also qualify for the margin of preference. So there are some things in there that facilitates the foreign supplier, but he has to show commitment to the local economy. So the engagement of 65% local labor is one of the provisions there that will allow him to benefit. from the same margin of preference that the local supplier will benefit from.
Tenders saying that, but that doesn't do it.
Understood. Somebody else?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, so, here we go. So the point about the local and foreign, that's not a point. I mean, I understand what you're saying for Zero and Glenn, and I certainly accept that we have the ebbs and the flows with the capacity in the industry. At the moment, we have a lot of capacity. So that is not a current concern. What I will say is that it was studied closely. This exact question was studied closely 15 years ago. I know we have a 9-day memory, but work with me. 15 years ago, it was studied closely in the off inquiry. The actual exact question, are foreign contractors better than local contractors? And in fact, on balance, it's about 50-50. There are some projects foreign contractors can do better, or foreign consultants, and there are some projects local contractors can do better. There was no judgment on either side. It's actually one of the recommendations. The 2 points I wanted to make, because this issue we're on is very fascinating, but that wasn't why I asked for the mic. So I just make that the opening remark. But the 2 points I actually wanted to make relate to the civil society engagement, which is at the headline of this piece here. And I wanted to make points about strengthening the OPR, because the OPR is an important advancement in our civilization. We're trying to build a Caribbean civilization. The OPR is an important institution that we all worked very hard for us to get here in this room. We must not take things for granted. 25 years ago, the older heads, some of whom are not with us, Reginald Dumas passed on, Victor Hart is still alive. Those guys could be my father, and they say to me, I can't believe you're all fighting for these things. We were fighting for that 40 years ago. Don't take it for granted. We are sitting here today and we have to pause and understand the moment. The 2 points I want to make are, Mariano, for those of you who don't know, was a former minister in the Ministry of Finance. So he's not just an academic at UE and head of, he actually was a former politician, right up in there, at a time when the country had maximum money. Okay? I'm just pointing out who he was. And he made a very interesting self-confidence, and memory could be a hell of a thing. He made a very interesting confession this morning, in quotation marks, when he said, well, if an institution is giving us pressure, we would starve them from money, you know. You could get starved out from money, you know. No, of course you didn't. I probably misheard. But the point I'm making is that when we were trying to put this law in place, we had as a proposal to have the OPR self-funding. Because true independence, for those of us who study the meaning of the word independence with a capital I, must include a financial element. No man is an island, but true independence must include financial independence. And our proposal at the time was to put in place all of those fines the OPR has. Those fines should come to the books of the OPR. And over a 10-year program, the OPR would get to a point where it could be completely self-funding. They don't have to ask the Minister of Finance for anything. And that would have created a vibrant, vigorous body with the sustainability. That's a catchword nowadays, sustainability. It's not just about plastic and paper. It's also about financial sustainability. That would have created the sustainability to give us a robust, independent body that the country needs, the region needs it, our history needs it. And the second point, the first point is about the independent funding. And the second point, I want to appeal to colleagues here. We're talking from civil society. We have JCC on the stage. We have Stuart Franco from the chamber. We have the contractors, and we have Kieran, who was my passenger, my companion on the airplane the other day from the Trinidad chamber. All of those exemptions that diluted the act that took place between 2016, 2017 was a very good amendment when they created the appeal board. The other amendments I don't agree with. The other amendments and exemptions, we have to have the fortitude to recognize the damage those exemptions did to the act that we wrote. And we have to have the collective consciousness to come together and make a stand and say, we want those amendments and exemptions restored. We want our act to be restored in full. We want to be made whole. The topical word nowadays is reparations. We want it to be made whole. I'm not going to be silent about it, and I'm calling on colleagues. You all are here? Let's start that conversation. We won't get it in a day. We won't get it in a week. We want legal fees to be included. We want accountancy fees to be included. We want to restore government-to-government agreements into the act. And you all know what the debate is about. Let's find the consciousness and the conscience to do the right thing.
Thank you. Thank you for the comment.
That's all right. Yes, sir.
Are we fine?
Just 45 minutes late.
I think we're fine, Pablo.
We're fine? Well, thank you so much. Give me a round of applause. Thanks so much for coming. Tamara?
All right, so there will be a little change to the program. We will not go into a break at this time because the discussions have been going so well. They've been so rich. We want to continue that trend, right? So we will ask the panelists to on mic. All right, you can go back to your seats. Marisa will join you on stage, and we will continue the roundtable aspect of the discussions, okay? So that way we might release you a little earlier than planned. Right, Mr. Brown? So I have a few announcements. Not that I'm asking you all to leave or telling you all to leave, right? But those of you who have to leave before, you need to get your tickets validated downstairs at the front desk, right? And that's not permission to leave, okay? But when you leave after the event, we'll have a hired personnel who will actually validate your tickets at the door, all right?
It's important to say that if somebody leaves, they will miss the picture of all of us, don't you?
Absolutely.
Again, everyone, because we were having such robust discussions, we decided to go right into the round table. So this would be the opportunity for panelists to engage with each other based on, what would have been discussed, as well as the rest of the audience to ask questions of the panelists. For this session, we will also have contributing the regulator and chairman of the OPR, Ms. Beverly Khan. So we do have one question coming from online. So the question is, will Trinidad be doing a MAPS assessment?
That's for you. From CAF, we can assist you with the technical cooperation if the Ministry of Finance accept.
But that's exactly what I was going to say.
The mic.
Yeah. So exactly. Thank you so much. I think the MAPS presents a very interesting option for us, given where we are at. We would need to explore in terms of the data requirements for the MAPS, because right now, data is quite poor, and we would want, so I need to discuss it further to see whether we can meet the full requirements of doing a MAPS exercise. It's about $250,000 maximum, taking 18 months. But if it will certainly help us to benchmark our progress as a basis for moving forward, I mean, the OPR would be willing to support an exercise like that, I could see, yes.
Yeah. I guess we have to talk to the Ministry of Finance and find out for next year or like a second stage of this technical cooperation that we have today. Yeah. I guess I'm not speaking I'm not speaking for CAF, but I will say yes. I guess one of the best things to do at the beginning, what we have talked in the morning and in the afternoon, was capacity building. And maybe before we do a MAPS, maybe we have to strengthen the capacity building of the OPR and the people working on the OPR and the public bodies in certifications and knowledge and capacities before we move forward to a MAPS initiative that is quite interesting. I don't know, Carlos, if we have done MAPS in Latin America with CAF. Do you know something? No.
No,
this group?
with CAF, no.
Okay.
With IDB, with Central American Development Bank, World Bank.
So the answer is yes, we will do it. If the other multilaterals are doing it, we should do so.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Well, with the new presidents at the IDB, so we had some mandates, and the mandate is to have SMART assessment for the Caribbean countries. So we already had a line budget approved for doing a match. So it's just a matter of the OPR if they want, so we can talk with their bosses, but this is a pre-approved amount. So there's no problem.
In all the Caribbean countries?
Yes, for all the Caribbean countries.
Interesting. Well, but the question for us. So we have to talk, the three of us. Fasir.
We have a question for.
Yeah, this is a question for Ms. Khan. And so the annual report, when it becomes public, is the intention for the data from that report to be put on your website so that in a format that it is downloadable, so that it could be easily perused through various software, etc.?
Well, there is a lot of data contained in the report as it is. So you're saying you want access to the raw data that we have received?
If it's tabulated contracts, for instance.
Yes.
Then it would be more useful in native format, like Excel or whatever it is you're using, than just in a PDF report.
Well, given that the Act requires you to publish your contracts, I would see no issue in having a collated list of contracts being put on the website. Mind you, there was a significant underreporting that we have observed based on our own analysis of the size of the budget and what it was intended to fund under the PSIP and even under recurrent expenditures. So the amount is not very large, but yes, to answer your question, I would think that that would be something that we can indeed do once the report becomes a public document.
We have two questions, yes?
One for the procurement regulator. So being in the practice in tendering and being active in the industry, we have noticed that some state enterprise or state bodies are procuring using personal Gmail accounts and Gmail accounts. So therefore, there's no record in terms of invitations being sent out. I think some policy decision and some rollout need to take place to stop using personal accounts for both procurement and contract administration, where persons issue valuations and record valuations and do day-to-day correspondence through Gmail. Because those Gmails will never get on the hard file in the organization. So I think some intervention is needed to set up policy decision on disbanding the use of Gmail for procurement and contract administration.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
Personal
emails. Because I think that the issue of the procurement file is very important. Because if the OPR has to come in and do an audit and investigation, that's the first thing that we are going to ask for. So, the point is noted, but there are other aspects of the procurement file that we think is lacking based on, again, the data that we got and how people are able to present the data. And then when you question them on it, because we have identified a number of deficiencies in the data and inconsistencies. And when we question them on that, the answers we get I mean, will tell you that there is absolutely no robustness and rigor in how the procurement files are being maintained. In fact, in some cases, they are not being maintained, right? So we will take that on the advisory. Yeah.
We have a question from Mariano.
This is not meant to be a technical question, it's a simple one, because government accounts on the basis of cash flow, right? So, or cash accounting. So by definition, multi-year projects are always an issue in terms of how we keep track of them. So how are we going to handle that? Because that's also an issue in terms of value for money. Because the bottom line is the money is spent in year one, and we account for year one, and it gets into the budget for year two, and we really don't have a full overall cost of what is taking place in regard to particular projects. So how do we adjust for that?
You know, that's a real problem. I mean, as a former Minister of Finance, how do we solve that? Because there's no system within the development program to allow for those projects, if they continue to have the utility, to be funded. And it then comes up to the whole cash flow issue, as you have pointed out. It is something that we have had discussions with the Ministry of Finance on, seeking to find a solution, because as we have gone out to meet with our stakeholders, that is a key issue. For many public bodies, they are struggling, they are unable to achieve their deliverables for the year because of the cash flow issue and the, where funds are allocated at times but not released for projects to take place. So it's a wider financial management issue and budgeting issue, but we continue because we know that will have an impact on the procurement outcomes, right? And we can talk about planning, the procurement plan and the annual schedule of planned procurement activities. But if you don't have the stream of funding at the time in which you need it, then a lot of the procurement activities associated with very important projects that have, development outcomes that are considered to be essential are going to be stymied, right? So we continue to have the discussion with the Ministry of Finance and with the Budget Division to see how we can find some way to alleviate that.
Yes.
Just to add something to that point, based on other countries in Latin America, I think you have a point. It's not a procurement problem. It's a public finance administration problem. It's the integration of procurement within the budget cycle. It's how we are going to align procurement with budgeting. And in some countries, like in Peru and Paraguay, what they are doing is they are creating a system that is more than a procurement system, is a supply system, meaning that procurement is just a stage of a cycle that is planning, budgeting, procurement, goods and service administration, and final disposal or evaluation. So when you do that, this multi-year problem that is not only in Trinidad, it's all the way. In Peru, for instance, they have a multi-year procurement plan. And that goes as an input for multi-year budgeting. And then you can make sure that you have the money for the following, you are not short money for the next years. And so it's, at the end, what we have is a situation where procurement has not been fully integrated into the public finance administration. So we have to work in that. And that is more than just a procurement problem.
We do have one question coming from online. Does the OPR plan to have sensitization sessions for Board of Directors of state entities, as Board of Directors continue to direct, control, and micromanage state entities in contravention of the Act?
Well, we have had numerous sessions with boards of directors, with chairmen, and I think sometimes they want the regulator to come and say, you should stop it. I have done that on a few occasions. But we have had, and I mean, if, as is necessary, we will do it. But the OPR also has limited resources. We have been doing sensitization sessions throughout the country. And the very people that we go out and have these sessions with, 2 months after call and ask for another session. You know, people now need, our public bodies in particular, now need, and our accounting officers need to take responsibility, right? And get their houses in order. As a former accounting officer, I feel I have a legitimate basis for saying that. We need to take responsibility. They call the OPR every week. There are some people. And yes, we can do so much. But if I only focus on sensitization sessions, then I will have Mr. Khan calling me, why isn't your report ready for the Parliament? So it's limited resources. We will do it as necessary. But you know, maybe we would need to have a discussion where we could send out, I'm thinking, Jonathan, some circular again to boards of directors and chairmen outlining what it is, their role in the entire procurement process as a circular. Because we keep doing it and it still continues, right? And even for those entities that we have had these sessions with, we get reports sometimes from the named procurement officers and other officers in the procurement department saying that they're still doing it.
Yeah.
It's a real challenge.
Okay, so we have one from Andre, and then we have Nasili as well.
Okay, I just wanted to give you a sense that you're not alone. Jamaica, we have similar issues back home. But there are two things that we've done, and maybe these would be helpful to you. We've recently acquired a learning management system. So what we're doing is all the core things that need to be taught to people are put on an online system, and we're channeling people there to learn things. That's really important because, as you say, there are resource issues. We can't possibly go to everyone to do training all the time or to have 2,000 training initiatives every year. So put it online, certify people, and make it sort of mandatory that they enter this training program and that they pass. There must be a test that they must pass. And this has to be for procurement functionaries, it has to be for boards, etc. That's the one thing. The second thing is that we recently drafted, and it's meant for promulgation soon, but we're going to have a lot of discussion around it. A new, we issue technical notes, we call them administrative guidance notes, that looks at the role of the board in public procurement. It's a big issue back home because persons are sort of concerned about what accountability means and where it stops. Heads of boards typically say if there's an issue in the entity, they're the ones that are meant to answer questions when they arise. Mm-hmm. And so they need to be very seized of what's going on operationally with procurement. So our guidance note sort of looks at, well, what the governance principles are that justify having boards, and then it distills in a very clinical way how we intend for those things to apply in public procurement. It definitely does not mean making operational decisions, but it definitely means providing the framework in the entity that those decisions can be done well and made well. We're going to have lots of discussion around it, so everybody owns it, and everybody says, yes, we feel that this is a good thing. And then once we've issued it, we don't expect to have any more of those issues. And if we do, then we'll have to find some other way. So I think bringing more people into the conversation to define those roles, to agree on how they apply, might also be helpful.
Thank you. We have a question from Nasili and then Mariano.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my question swings it around more to the private sector. During the interaction this afternoon, a question was asked, how can the private sector enhance the role of value for money within public procurement? And while the question was being answered, I reflected on my 2-hour journey from San Fernando to Port of Spain on the highway, and the article a few days ago that talked about the works being extended because of the use of poor quality materials. Right? And I look to the private sector and the 4 associations that were represented to say, how do you all deal with that in terms of who you represent? How do you address that? I believe it was Mr. Franco talk about sessions on good governance, which leads to the conversation of code of conduct and ethics, and then there was a conversation about preventative systems. But not preventative, monitoring to see what happens in certain milestones on projects, but prevention is always better than cure. So the use of the poor quality should be the first checkpoint, right? Yes, there needs to be monitoring systems. We could argue, well, now you're monitoring it, but the fact is that the checkpoint should have been, why did we use it in the first place? And how do the associations check their membership with regards to those things? The other comment was made with regards to the use of the database and suppliers and contractors and the onerous nature, right? And yes, the OPR has been very supportive in it. But what about the associations themselves developing the capacity within themselves to assist their members, especially the smaller ones who may not have the technical savvy to navigate the system, to understand the system? If each one of the associations had one person, and I'm speaking from the other side because we sometimes reach out and try to help suppliers to get onto the system, but I'm saying the more help, the better, right? So if each association had one person that their members could go to and get that guidance, because the system is what it is and it is what we have to use now. So the more persons that we can get on is the more persons that, we can engage in the process. And whereas the bigger public bodies, suppliers, contractors, not public, private, sorry, suppliers, contractors may have the resources and the internal capacity to do it themselves. What about the smaller ones that we are aiming to develop when we talk about sustainable development and national development?
So who will answer that? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thanks for the question. You're really getting along into the nuts and bolts here. I think I would deal with the professional organizations, except the Contractors Association. Glenn is here for that, right? Just to clarify, the Engineers Association, which is the Association of Professional Engineers of Trinidad and Tobago, they are what we call the learned organization. And essentially their mandate is to keep the space within which professional engineers operate, constantly trained, etc. So there is some avenue there, and there are ongoing training sessions. So just today I saw advertised a training session on the use of mortar in building works, right? Now, I need to reinforce this point. In the management of quality on a construction project, you must have a separate entity overseeing the quality that is being done by the contractor. Now, invariably, the contracts that we work with now in Trinidad, across the board, would tend to be on large civil engineering contracts like the one you're talking about, would be the FIDIC contract. Now, the FIDIC could be either a red book contract where it's designed by one party for the employer, and it is being executed by the contractor. And the designer is usually procured separately by the employer to supervise the contractor. And the rights of the contractor and the engineer and the employer are well defined in all of those FIDIC contracts. So even if it's a design build contract like a FIDIC yellow book, you have a similar function of the engineer or architect, and sometimes it's both if it's a building type contract. Now, and we also may use for building type contracts, AIA and whatever, but they are all similar. All of these international contracts are similar. They have equitable rights for all parties, because we find ourselves in previous times running into a lot of contractual problems and people suing one another, etc. Because when it's looked at in an open court, it's deemed to be not a fair and balanced contract. So we have moved into a right place, a correct place in this country, in the industry, where most of the entities would utilize a standard form of contract, even to engage the employer engaging an engineer. There would be a FIDIC white book contract. So we start off with a fair and balanced contract. Now, when you go through the details of that contract, all the requirements for completing on time, for quality, how it ties in with the specifications and the drawings, all of those things are in there, and it is about the enforcement. I am not too certain exactly which project you're talking about, but we do not need to be specific in that it is a no-no. If you look, I'm a consultant in the industry as well, right? And I have a real problem with the quality of, let's say, asphalt that is being laid throughout the country. On the projects that we, my company, supervise, we find that there's a large disparity between what is being laid, produced, laid, and compacted in place, and based on actual testing versus the specification. Now, in the ministry contracts, in the Ministry of Works contracts, they actually have a penalty clause for not being able to achieve the compaction, say in asphalt. And so essentially the contractor doesn't get paid a lot of money if he puts down poor materials. So in the case where you're talking about maybe aggregate, again, the specifications are very technical. I don't want to bore people here, but it's from gradation to the hardness to silt. It's very technical, and once all parties are doing their job, the right material is supposed to go there. So the specifications deal with the material and the workmanship, and then how it's tested, and then how it's paid. If work is being certified and it is not properly done, then that is not acceptable, and something needs to be done. And the industry, I think, can do better. And this is why I say that in terms, let's bring it back around to the procurement legislation and what we now have. There needs to be some emphasis on how do we maintain these contractor lists that are qualified to do this type of work. If they have performed badly on the previous contract or performing badly on a present contract, they should not be on a list. And I have been on record of saying that many times in many different places, and it's only now I feel that I would have somebody to listen to me when I could ask these questions, and we could come with the evidence of it. So I do think that may be a little bit down the road as we move past the complaints that are going on about the process of engagement, procurement of a contractor versus the administration of that contractor to get the work done, to get the value of the money for the private people in this country.
Okay, we have another question. Thank you so much.
Before we go, I know Mariano had a question. Yeah, before we
Okay,
go.
yes.
Thank you. I was really going to talk partly in response to the questions that were being asked of the OPR with regard to training. And the point was that as a regulator, can't do everything. right? Certainly not from the training point of view, but I think the OPR office has an important role in this establishing standards, right? And standards which have to be adhered to across the board by all the public bodies and all those who are regulated. The issue of supplying training should really be a private sector issue, right? As distinct from an OPR training issue. No offense to Jamaica. Right. It really something should be taken on from that perspective, and that private sector bodies should speak to the issue once the OPR has set the relevant standards that are required for what one would call procurement officers to exist in the various entities, that should be done by the private sector. The relevant example is the AML, anti-money laundering legislation, where there are set standards, this is what's supposed to happen, but the requirement for training is not the Anti-Money Laundering Authority, or the FIU, right? It becomes a requirement on the part of the institution itself to ensure that their officers who operate in the business of compliance are trained up to the requirement, which is the necessary requirement. Right? And if there's a deficiency, for example, in terms of an audit, then the cure for that deficiency is that they have to do the necessary training and put the systems in position. So I think there's precedent by way of legislation that takes place elsewhere. And just to, from that perspective, to clarify what I was saying earlier this morning with regard to commitment and capacity, that the real strength of the OPR can't do everything, it's impossible. So the institutions themselves have to take responsibility, the organizations themselves have to take responsibility. And the OPR's job is essential or not essential, as the case may be. And the public reporting will basically get to that particular point. But one of the most important deficiencies that exist in public sector bodies is the issue of what one would call operational standards. I think Fazil was speaking to the fact the Ministry of, and I could testify that the Ministry of Work has well-established standards for implementation of certain, what one would call public works. The issue is operationalizing them. And in that regard, in response to Mr. Raymond down the road, right? The investment division in the Ministry of Finance, recognizing the structural deficiencies that existed, paid attention to operational performance. And the way to deal with operational performance is to routinize it and systematize it. All right, systems and procedures. That's the DNA of the organization if you want to get commitment to anything. And what was done in those days is that we formalized the issue of project management to incorporate the standards which were required by the Ministry of Works and other agencies with regard to the establishment of fundamental works. The issue is that it was never done. It's approved, there's a policy, there's a manual, there's everything in position, and that has been in position since 2009. The point is that it has not been implemented. That's one of the difficulties that you have in terms of implementing standards. And if you make the OPR responsible for making certain and to do all the training, then they'll never get any work done. So I just leave it at that. That's one my comment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We have a question online, and then we come with you. So this is a question for Jonathan. Is there a projected date for the issuing of regulations on exception or exemption services like legal, accounting, and auditing services especially?
So that was an amendment that was done in 2023, I believe. So it's part of the substantive act. I believe guidelines are required. Those have been drafted and definitely would require some discussion with the OPR to move forward. There's a lot of things that are going on behind the scenes in light of the change in 2023 requiring agreement with the OPR. We have been working assiduously with the OPR for a number of months at the existing regulations. So there's a lot of things in incubation, and all I could say at this time is once we have full agreement with the OPR on some of these things will be brought to the public.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from an audience member.
Yes. Procurement is essentially a relationship between two parties, a service provider and somebody seeking to acquire the service. To me, if I might piggyback on what I think Pascal mentioned in passing, it is not unlike tango in the sense that it takes two to tango. Having said that, however, one of the questions that arises is why do both parties to that transaction escort each other to the dance floor? And is it because of the music of self-interest or the lyrics to the music of self-interest that tends to prevail at times? And by extension, therefore, I want to submit that the socio-political reality on the ground is a legacy culture that still believes, to an impacting extent, that the wheel that is greased is the wheel that spins. And I therefore want to perhaps pose to my colleague down there from the associations, to what extent are those local associations self-regulating? And by that I mean, how are they actively and perhaps, if not privately, if not publicly, privately, treating with their own members who may not always conduct their affairs in a manner that would be admirable or consistent with what we are seeking to achieve?
That's me. Yes, quite a prelude before the question. I'm still trying to digest it, but I do appreciate the literary attempt. Now, it is a question that we get all the time. I was also a past president of the Association of Professional Engineers of Trinidad and Tobago. And our mandate, as I said, was to promote engineering and the profession of engineering in Trinidad and Tobago at the highest standard. There is a code of ethics like you would have in any other profession, and a code of ethics is not punitive, right? So this is an organization that we are supposed to operate in a certain manner. And if we operate in that manner, following that code, we should be doing the best that we could do in all circumstances. Now, just to clarify, registered engineers in Trinidad and Tobago have to register with the Board of Engineers of Trinidad and Tobago. And the Board of Engineers is established by an act in Parliament. So in that act, it does refer to the Association of Professional Engineers, and it does refer to the Code of Conduct. So there is some connection there, and bad behavior, though, around public money is a human issue, which is why I think that Martin Luther King had said that if people can't behave around public money, you have to legislate. Now, he put it much better than that, right? I can't remember the exact quote. But throughout the world, the reason we have procurement legislation is because people behave badly around public money. And it is not always very apparent. It can be done in different ways. To go back to the question of why are we allowing allegedly poor materials to be incorporated in permanent road building works, it has to do, or it possibly has to do with the integrity of the people involved in the entire process. Why would a contractor want to bring that material in the first place? Why were the quality assurance tests and so forth not carried out? And all of these things are supposed to be very transparent in the communication protocol
of a project. And procurement, from what everybody is saying here, I mean, I want to reinforce, that's just a small part of the whole thing. Mariano talked about the operational issues. Now, it's not, I would say to you that in many cases, I could agree that it is not, that people do not know what they are doing may not be to specification or whatever, but this is why we have separate independent bodies into the contract to ensure that we have the final quality that we have specified. So in terms of, we can have whatever written ethics and codes of behavior. I think as a country, we move further along incrementally when we do what we're doing here, which is to implement laws to control people's behavior, and then we see those laws they are working, and unfortunately some people they are not put into restraints until they feel the punitive force of doing something wrong. So I think by being here, and all of us being here, we will be contributing to a step in the right direction so that we can get value for money.
If I may, though, just ask, and thank you for the response that you provided, and ask for your forgiveness with my literary excursion earlier. Notwithstanding, though, the question was really, what has your organization, your association, done specifically in, say, the past 16 months? It is unlikely that over that period of time that there were not any cases that you became aware of members of your association behaving or engaging in practices that were not, required. And I'm asking specifically, has there been any cases, any instance where your organizations have taken action against a member as it relates to conduct that was contrary to the code and stuff like that? It's a specific question.
Specifically, the answer is no. But remember, JCC is an umbrella body. And each organization, which would be the Trinidad and Tobago Institute of Architects, the Trinidad and Tobago Society of Planners, the Association of Professional Engineers, and the Contractors Association, they are the ones that have to administer that aspect of the behavior of their own members.
I would like to say that I really love the the Tango Association. Thank you for that.
So just a brief clarification. Yes, there's a code of conduct, right? But again, for member companies, again, but it's up to individual behaviors, and that's why you need the procurement legislation with all the penalties. If you go off track, well, the law deal with you.
Mr. Bowen, the mic.
Should we make memberships?
Well,
should we not make membership
well,
in these critical bodies that govern the professionals in the construction, engineering, architecture, contractual association, a criteria to qualify to bid for public tendering jobs?
Yes, it could be considered. It could be considered once the mechanics is worked out. But just adding to one of us viewpoint, and I'm not sure if it's been done, is really contractor performance evaluation at the end of the contract. And that information being fed back into the OPR system in terms of rating the contractor above average, or below average. So therefore, other state enterprise could see the contractor's performance and know if to invite or not to invite. So I think that is an important loop in terms of the contract administration and performance evaluation.
We have a question from Ms. Maslin, yes.
I would just like to add that I think there's a lot of assistance different bodies, GCC, contractors, could give to their members. Now, I don't know, basically, what sort of coverage you have in terms of the contracting population, but just give you an example. Certain state companies, they invite in tenders, they will go to the approved, in the depository, the approved supplier list in there. And in a sense of fairness and transparency, they invite everybody. So I'm talking about 80-odd persons being invited. You have about 40 turning up to the site visit. And subsequent to that, you have 6 responsive bids. The bids that are eliminated are sometimes for matters that those contractors need assistance in terms of being compliant. There is no body anywhere that they can go to. I think this is where your organization could assist. There's a great amount of need for that kind of assistance. So they're getting kicked out for some things that could be fixed. They may not have a HSE policy. Guide them where to go to get a proper HSE policy written and those kinds of things. There's a lot of work that you can do to assist your members. Okay?
Yes.
We have a question from our friend. No, they don't hear you.
This is a very important series of discussions we have in here, because colleagues identified earlier on that the ultimate aim of this exercise, we talked about targets, is actually to satisfy the targets. And you're not going to be able to satisfy the targets unless you have proper professional performance, what Mariano called execution in the MBA language. You have to have proper execution of the task. And this is really a series of issues that interlock in it. I'll come into Mariana with Hindu Credit Union just now, don't worry. I'll get into you. I'll get into you. The first thing is that the OFF report from 2009 actually made a very interesting finding. It's not a recommendation. So people who've just read the 91 recommendations wouldn't know this. But OFF was struck. He's one of the world's top construction experts. He was struck, having listened to this cross-section of the biggest projects in the country, biggest state entities and so on and so on. He was struck by the fact that almost uniformly, the performance clauses in contracts in Trinidad and Tobago are not enforced. So you can discuss FIDIC, the yellow book, and the red book, and the white book, and the American Association of Architects, and it doesn't matter. We as a people don't enforce legal obligations against each other. OFF went on to make the wry remark that there's only one contractor, and we know who it is, who regularly enforces all his rights. We know who that is, fine. But it's actually a very striking finding in the report that none of them, WASA, TNTech, HDC, nothing, nobody enforces any clauses. So we have these things we learn about them in school when we pass the exams, liquidated damages. Yeah, you know those phrases? And all of these kinds of things, and QS, it's all academic, we don't enforce it. Second point, to answer the question, because the colleague at the back, the literary colleague, was asking the question about whether, in fact, the professional bodies have ever taken steps to eject or to report or to punish somebody who had done something wrong. I think that was really the question the gentleman was asking. Okay? And I preceded Fazir in that job that he's doing now, that thankless job. And I did it. There was a big fraud in this country where the government bought a piece of land for 5 times more than they should have. A piece of land that they were supposedly building affordable housing on. We talk about the target, okay? And that crooked valuation was done by somebody from my profession, because I'm a valuation surveyor. And I was able to put together a case with my colleagues in the same JCC, in writing, that everybody signed, and it's the first time, and I'm saying it here, Mariano, you contradict me if I'm wrong, I'm saying it is the first time in this country a professional body, in writing, reported one of its own members to law enforcement. So yes, we did. Somebody did the writing. And those same colleagues were in the room with me, and we did the writing. We did the most we could do, the fraud squad, the integrity commission, everybody. And that's how come there's a big case now about Eden Gardens. Did you hear about it? There's a perfect case, because we put the perfect case together for them. Okay? Mariano now He would know about his professional enforcement and performance question because Mariano was a vice president in ICAT. Mariano Brown said down there. And he made a report, quite correctly, about a member of ICAT. I'll call his name Chanka Sitaram. I don't have to be afraid of calling his name. Who had done a dodgy thing around the audit of HCU, Hindu Credit Union, a collapsed financial institution. And the legal battle that Mr. Sitaram put up with the help of senior counsel, all the way to the doors of the Privy Council, to prevent being disciplined. So this is a very important question in our civilization. We don't want to be disciplined. We want to be liberated. We want to be free, be independent. We want to be anything but indisciplined. Read all of this. Read all of this. Yeah? And Mariana knows it. Years of legal battle. Because Mr. Mann, FCCA and so on, did not want to face the consequences. And it's all written in the Coleman report about the Hindu Credit Union. The dodgy accounting that crashed poor people's savings in this country. Jamaica, you have examples of that. I know Andrea could tell us about that. And the last thing I want to say, because I maintain my optimistic stance, the OPR is a new beginning for us. Because coming out of all of that wreckage, my own included, my own experience, Fazir, Mariano, all the rest of us, we have constructed a series of lawful binding arrangements where a non-performing contractor or supplier could be cross-disbarment. I love the word. The only word I love more than that is disgorgement. When we get in there, okay? Cross-disbarment. We could strike them off. We have tools at our disposal. Let us use the tools. So it's not as if we have not been on a journey. We have been on a journey. We have learned. We didn't have it perfect, but we are at a high point of accomplishment now. Let us push forward together. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions from members of the audience? Yes, we have one question at the table at the far right. Yes.
Okay, so my contribution to the persons who were talking about foreign contractors against local contractors. The legislation in Section 28, I think is 1 to 4, that talks about the limitation of participation, does give public bodies the leverage to determine whether or not it will limit participation based on a procurement proceedings. I suspect that many public organizations are afraid to invoke that particular part of the act to limit participation, maybe because of challenges. They are afraid of being challenged if they do it. But the legislation does say that a public body can use that particular piece of guideline to promote local development, right? So I think public bodies need to be kind of trained into understanding how that piece of legislation can work to promote local development. And I think also the next point I want to make is the point of the OPR, prior to the proclamation of the Act, put out a piece of document called Roadmap to Compliance. I don't know how many people actually take the time to study that piece of document, because what that document does is help public bodies to develop strategies for which they can monitor their own procurement strength within the context of the legislation. And a piece of that thing says about developing internal procurement control framework. And I don't think public bodies understand how important it is to develop proper internal procurement framework, because that framework allows them basically to respond to challenges. Another part of the Act where we talk about the record of proceedings in many organizations that I have been in, this whole question of recording procurement proceeding is weak. It's very, very weak. And so that when they actually come up against challenges, they can't stand because they do not have a framework that is very strong enough to stand up against challenges. Most importantly, the last point I want to make is this point of vendor performance management. We are not doing that well in Trinidad and Tobago at all. I have known of instances when the project is finished is when we are actually doing a measurement, a performance measurement, and that should have been happening from this point that the project start. So I work at sports company at a time where we actually built an entire building only to find out that at the end of when the thing was commissioned and the ribbons cut, we realized that the contractor used the wrong steel. And that's because we wasn't actually monitoring the performance of the contractor from the very start. So there are a lot of things that needs to be put in place when it comes to this particular act, because we have organizations that are operating and they're operating in silos. One part of the organization is doing something that the other part of the organization doesn't know, right? And this relations between projects and procurement is weak, so we don't have a lot of communication happening between projects and procurement. So the OPR really and truly has done, in my view, and Mariana has made the point that they set standards and they say that is what's supposed to happen really and truly, but they can be charged for training organizations how to perform when organizations must develop their own internal procurement management systems. And this is where I think that we have failed, and this is why I think we need to strengthen. We need to strengthen our internal procurement processes and make the act a lot more easy to follow and all that. So that is my contribution, right? And as for the organizations that are umbrella bodies for other organizations, the point is you have a responsibility also to develop the capacity of your members. It cannot be pushed to other persons to do it. You have to do it. You can hire consultants like myself who can come and actually do some internal training for yourself. Right? So that's just my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Carlos, yes?
Just to sum up to the evaluation phase of the contract, let's not mix or confuse two evaluations. One is the evaluation of the supplier or the vendor, and the other is the evaluation of the procurement process. The difference is that you should answer two different questions. The first one is, did I get what I ordered? That's the evaluation for the supplier. But the second question is, what I ordered was what I needed? Because many times we got what we ordered, but what we ordered wasn't what we need. So the supplier fulfilled his obligations, but the mistake was made from the procurement office, not from the supplier side. So at the end of the procurement process, we need to evaluate the supplier or the vendor, but also we need to make sure that we order what we needed. And make sure that the next time we don't make, if there was something, the same mistake, because many times we are making the same mistake all over again. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes. Thank you very much. Any further questions? We wrap up? Yes, we have one question at this table.
Just a question for the procurement regulator. Is there any intention by the OPR to review the mandatory timelines within the current mandatory timelines within the tendering process? I ask this question because by our estimate in oil and gas, we're taking about 180 days to turn around a strategic contract, which is pretty long, especially in an industry like ours. And I'm talking about the mandatory timelines within the tendering process.
Not at this stage. Have you made a case to the OPR in terms of needing to shorten that? Because those timelines have been set in accordance with best practice. You know, we have looked at a number of jurisdictions. We did reduce some of the timelines for the simplified procurements, because that is procurements under $1 million. But in terms of the others, no, not at this point.
Yeah, there was a discussion this morning on transparency versus efficiency, and it's on that basis I asked that question, because 180 days, 6 months, so it's quite a long time for us.
Didn't it say a minimum of? What did it say?
Yeah.
A minimum. 20 days?
Yeah, correct.
Yes.
A minimum set.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We can take one final question or comment before we wrap up. No? No further questions? Yep. Thank you. So as we close today's session, I trust that the insights shared have deepened your understanding and fostered a greater appreciation for the many dimensions of public procurement reform. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to the organizations and individuals whose invaluable contributions have made this event possible. A special thank you to our team at the Office of Procurement Regulation for the vision and commitment to enhancing public procurement in Trinidad and Tobago. I would also like to express gratitude to CAF, whose commitment and support in ensuring the success of this event was vital. Thank you to all of our panelists, both local, regional, as well as international, for making this a worthwhile experience. Your contributions have made these sessions both productive and enriching. To our participants, both in person and online, your active engagement and input was fundamental to today's success. Your participation has signaled your commitment to tackling the challenges and embracing the opportunities for enhancing public procurement practices in the Caribbean. You can look forward to further engagements and initiatives under the technical agreement with CAF. We will be introducing a certification course and developing the framework for Trinidad and Tobago's National Public Procurement Training Strategy with Mr. Carlos Ortiz. In closing, as we reflect on today's deliberations, several key lessons on procurement reform in the region emerge. We have learned that procurement reform isn't just about revising legal frameworks. It is about building a culture of accountability, integrity, and inclusion in our procurement processes. Our talks emphasize that while we may face substantial challenges in the region, through knowledge sharing and collaboration, we can learn from each other's success and challenges. Although we have our own cultural and legal nuances, successful procurement reform strategies implemented elsewhere can provide valuable insights and strategies which can be tailored to meet our unique needs. Another important takeaway highlighted is the critical role of the private sector in driving effective procurement practices. Successful reform outcomes require joint commitment and shared ownership. While the role of the private sector has always been recognized as one of promoting transparency and accountability in the procurement process, we also emphasize that private participants must also play their part in maintaining the integrity of public procurement processes through ethical and responsible business conduct. I hope that these discussions will serve as a catalyst for meaningful dialogue in your respective organizations as we seek to build stronger partnerships between public and private sectors. So I want to thank you. At this time, I would like to invite Tamara. I would like to invite Pablo to give his closing remarks on behalf of CAF. Sorry, Pablo, if I caught you off guard there.
This should be done by the CAF representative here, but he left, so Thank you so much for the OPR, for this opportunity to work with CAF. We definitely have been doing a good job. Your team is really good. We extend our greetings to you, Mr. Khan, but especially for Maurisa and all her team. I expect that we have a second phase of this technical cooperation, and also inviting to our friends from Jamaica, that is also a partner of CAF, to start working in this topic or in others, and extend this important topic to all the Caribbean. From our side, we really like this kind of roundtable discussions. We guess that are really important for the legislation, for the system, and also to continue improving. We hope to do this kind of sessions in Latin America, and we hope that the consultancy of Carlos and the partnership with SIPS will foster the capacities of the team, of the OPR. And my takeaway from here is that we have to continue working on capacity building in private sector, in the public service, in the public office agencies, and also start thinking how we can jump in the civil society in these kind of roundtables. Because now we have the government, we have the private sector, we missed to have somebody from the public from the civil society. And one of the takeaways here is that we need to know what are their needs, what are they thinking about the procurement system, but also about the outcomes of the procurement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pablo. Okay, so I just want to remind, we do have some survey forms on the tables. I see some people started to fill them out, so we'd really appreciate your feedback. Also for the online audiences, we will place the link to the survey in the Zoom chat so that you can fill those out as well. Thanking you in advance for your participation. Once again, thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy the rest of your day.